and ensuring that anything related to companies headquartered in Russia or Russian state-sponsored entities, that they will cease immediately.
In Texas, Governor Greg Abbott is calling on retailers to remove all Russian products. And in Colorado, Governor Jared Polis, among even more governors, now severing economic and diplomatic ties with Russia.
Fox's Jeff Manasso, the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ each halting trading of select Russian companies temporarily. An hour to the close, the Dow's down more than 400. Oil prices back over $96 a barrel. That won't help gas prices, already up 26 cents the past month.
When Carla Wilson saw prices well past $4 a gallon in Atlanta, her reaction?
I've been flipping out. Yeah, it's outrageous. It's crazy what we're paying for gas.
Up north, Boston has seen an 8-cent increase at the pump so far. Head west to California, you'll find prices closer to $5 a gallon.
Fox's Gernal Scott. America's listening to Fox News.
Hafa Day. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVOG federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many jobs. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds that kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
The pandemic still disrupting the airline industry. United slashing 17 routes to regional airports, blaming low demand and staffing shortages.
Smaller cities have been a casualty of the outbreak, with airlines cutting unprofitable markets. With United's new service changes, the carrier is only completely ending all routes in one city and will no longer be flying out of Alexandria, Louisiana, starting on June the 2nd.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. Delta and American also cutting routes in recent months. Call a doctor without picking up the phone. Amazon launching a new partnership with Teladoc Health, allowing customers around the clock to tell Alexa they want to talk to a doctor, which will prompt a callback on the device from a Teladoc physician. The service will be for health issues that are not emergencies. Amazon already has programs to send prescription drugs and a care provider to patients who need an in-person visit, as top competitors, including Walmart and CVS, add new healthcare services as well. History made at the SAG Awards as Troy Kutzer of Coda becomes the first deaf actor to be nominated and win an individual SAG award. Netflix's Squid Game, the first non-English language TV series to win one. But there were also some notable snubs.
With Coda among the night's big winners at the 28th Annual Screen Actors Guild Awards on Sunday, The Power of the Dog, House of Gucci, and Belfast were shut out. Other notable snubs include Kristen Stewart, whose work in Spencer did not get a SAG nomination. Meanwhile, House of Gucci's Lady Gaga and Being the Ricardos' Nicole Kidman losing the SAG Award for Best Actress to Jessica Chastain for her work in The Eyes of Tammy Faye. Will Smith winning his first SAG Award, scoring Best Actor for his role in King Richard, besting Benedict Cumberbatch's work in The Power of the Dog, who was also nominated in that category.
Fox's Lauren Faulkner recapping the sell-off, the Dow down 440. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Half a day at 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Another armed robbery reported, this one, the latest one at the Dream Market in Sinahaña that occurred on Sunday night. Guam police were called to the store about 7 p.m. when a cashier was held up at knife point. Surveillance video shows the suspect enter the establishment and force the cashier behind the counter and demanded cash from the till. The suspect was able to get away with an undisclosed amount of cash. Fortunately, there were no injuries reported, but police are looking for the individual. His description pretty sketchy, but he was last seen wearing a white hoodie and red mask. He was described as standing about 5'9" to 5'9". Anyone with information is urged to call the Guam Police Department. Elsewhere in the news, this will be the first meeting of the Guam Contractors Licensing Board since the controversy surfaced over the alleged actions taken by the former CLB Executive Director Buddy Orsini. The Guam Contractors Licensing Board expected to meet today, where they are expected to rescind certain actions of Orsini, which apparently were without the board's approval. Orsini was allowed to resign amidst claims that he was involved in fraud and misconduct related to a procurement appeal filed against the airport. The issue stems in part from the selection of a baggage handling system vendor at the airport. JMI Edison protesting that bid selection, arguing that Menzies Aviation didn't have a contractor's license, therefore they weren't qualified to win the bid. However, the OPA dismissed that protest based on his claims of fraud and misconduct. JMI has since filed a suit in the Superior Court wanting to overturn that procurement dismissal. Meanwhile, the Department of Education will be meeting with the legislature today as it seeks to get a waiver of the 180-day requirement for school days. They're also looking for a waiver on the service learning requirement. The agenda also has an update on post-testing for student vaccination status, as well as learning loss prevention and mitigation. The Department of Education called for that informational hearing. It's scheduled to start at 10 o'clock this morning. We'll have more news right after this.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
The Guam Daily Post also reporting on an eruption of tempers on the floor of the Saipan Senate, where vulgar outbursts and physical threats were made from one senator to another. It happened during an impeachment trial of the governor, Ralph Torres, where they were discussing the proposed rules for that trial. The fight and near brawl taking place between Republican Senator Victor Hokog when he hurled profanities at Democrat-aligned Senator Paul Macloña. Both senators are from Rota. The disagreement over concern raised over the rules, which are said to be biased and slanted in the governor's favor. Republican Selena Babauta adding that the public wasn't afforded the chance to provide oral arguments on the rules, and therefore the Senate body cannot adopt it. The victim is the same, but the man accused of sexual assault and other criminal charges will be allowed to sever his trials. The court granting that request since the cases are 10 years apart. 38-year-old Quinton Quintanilla was indicted on charges of criminal sexual conduct, stalking, and aggravated assault and strangulation. Now, the defense wanted the criminal sexual conduct separated from other charges, arguing that the evidence likely would confuse and inflame the jury. as the indictment simply lumps together charges which are not factually related. Judge Vern Perez noted that the alleged sexual assaults occurred between 2011 and 2012, while the remaining charges occurred 10 years later. Continues is scheduled to be back in court on March 22nd. From the JIC report this morning, 6 COVID-related fatalities were reported yesterday, bringing our total now to 328. Of the 6, 1 was not vaccinated, 2 were fully vaccinated without a booster, and 3 were fully vaccinated with a booster. There were also 462 new COVID cases confirmed out of tests conducted over the weekend. Meanwhile, it was also noted in the Guam Daily Post that Mount Carmel Church is closed and will remain closed until Saturday while it undergoes cleaning and sanitization. This after a parishioner tested positive. There will be no masses at the church during this time period. And that includes the Ash Wednesday Mass, which is scheduled to take place tomorrow. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Did you say that that the numbers were based on 3 days worth of tests?
Yes.
Okay, because otherwise people will look at it. 229. Didn't Ray say they were down to 103 yesterday? Oh my God, it's going back up. I need to wear 2 masks.
Yesterday was only 25 that were reported out of 330 something.
The last number I saw was 106. So your mileage might vary on that one. But like I said, I just people are going to look at that and freak out and go back. Oh my God, it's going back over 200, and we better start.
Yeah, so that's 3 days. That's all since Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Yep. And that also includes some new numbers from military, right? I believe so as well. It's let me see, 6:12 in the morning. Hey, is it weather time? Where did that rain come from? I'm getting out of the shower and. That's what you want to hear about in the morning, right? So I'm getting out of the shower, I turn the water down, and I can still hear water falling out. What is that? As it turns out, there was rain in the hood, and the roads were wet virtually everywhere I went. So be on the lookout for that. Today, the forecast is calling for scattered showers before 4 this afternoon. Partly sunny with highs near 87 degrees. With a heat index, it'll feel like 90. Breezy with an easterly winds 20 to 23 miles an hour. Watch some gusts as high as 28 miles per hour. Tonight, isolated showers still in the forecast. Partly cloudy skies. Lows around 76 degrees. East-northeast winds up to about 20 miles an hour with gusts as high as 25. Into the forecast for tomorrow. Mostly sunny skies return. That's good news. Daytime high is 87 degrees. And a little bit of mostly cloudy for Wednesday night. Heat index about 90 degrees today. We've got a fire Danfer ranging. I know I saw you try to correct it. Danger is just one letter away from anger. That's it. Have I ever told you the story about the day I realized I knew how to read? I have told the story, so I won't bore you with it again. It was an Archie comic from back in the day. Rip Current Risk is out there, and we've got Men of War. Well, I thought we were doing box jellyfish.
What's with the Portuguese?
It's what it says, Portuguese. Got a man of war, Portuguese man of war. Going to be out there in the ocean. Because, come on, look out, okay? So sunrise this morning at 6:37. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:29. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67.5 years. Go green. Go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Totally down for all of this stuff. 6:14, the Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by APL American President Lines. Global presence with a local home, also being brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. And wait a second, I'm trying to think. Do I want to do this off the top? I probably should read the script. It's just that I went to Wendy's yesterday, but it was after breakfast time. So I'm swinging by in the Wendy's, hit the drive-through, and I'm looking at lunch. And I'm thinking, you know what I need? I need a big cup of chili. You know why? Because I got rice at the house. So I get a big cup of chili, and I get the rice, and I stick them in the refrigerator, mix it all up, and just leave it there until about, I don't know, it's like
somewhere in between the Nate Berg and Chirag ticking me off on that video. That's when I took it out, stuck it in the microwave for 60 seconds. So good. For breakfast over at Wendy's, though, they've got the new hot honey chicken biscuits, spicing up your morning. All white meat breakfast chicken, drizzled with a hot honey sauce. Then they serve that on a warm, fluffy buttermilk biscuits. Fluffy like angel. No, I'm not going to say that. I want to, but I'm not gonna. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new hot honey chicken biscuit for breakfast. Only at Wendy's. We got you.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I've got stuff in my head that I want to get through here. I wanted to take a look at the map. That's not the map I wanted. Hold on. Is it? Yeah, it is. I wanted to see if I can get a map of what's going on in Ukraine right now. You remember we were talking about this a little bit yesterday. I'm sorry. This is where my head's at, so you're going to have to follow. Yesterday, I'd gone to take a look at the Google map because I want to see what traffic conditions were like. And as it turns out, I really didn't see a whole lot. I saw what looked like a little bit of a traffic jam in Odessa somewhere, like leading up to a gas station.
Yeah, a lot of tanks.
By the last by the last few gallons of gas.
Personnel carriers.
But and I don't see anything by way of traffic today. I've got it up on the screen, and the gizmo is in traffic mode. But as it turns out, this is an interesting story. There's a traffic jam at 3:15 in the morning on the road from Belgorod to the Ukrainian border. It starts exactly where we saw a Russian formation of armor and APCs that showed up yesterday. Somebody is on the move. Now, it's a tweet from a Dr. Jeffrey Lewis, who's just kind of looking to see what's happening. And they're using Google Maps to be able to track convoys of Russians in and around, and there's Belarus. So they're looking for all of these buildups of slow-moving or no-moving traffic to determine whether or not there might be something happening on the way in. Google Maps has disabled its feature showing traffic conditions in Ukraine and live information about how busy stores are. Part of big tech companies increasing efforts to protect the Ukrainians while their country is under siege. In the tweet that I was talking about, a professor at Middlebury Institute of International Studies in Monterey, California, said Google Maps showed a traffic jam in Ukraine that was actually Russian armor moving toward the border hours before Vladimir Putin announced the invasion. No, I did not see it on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
When I was looking the other day, though, before they turned everything off. Well, that was in Odessa. I'm looking at things, the outside of Ukraine.
So what you're saying is they're using our right now traffic to track all the military movement?
Well, they were until Google turned it off. And now the other reason why I want to kind of take a look at this is I want to know if there's a whole lot by way of identifying any of the roadways, because one of the first things that the Ukrainians did was they went out there and took all the street signs down, because you figure if somebody's coming in from Russia, like if they were going to attack Guam, right? How would they find, if they don't know where Tranquilo Street is, right? If they don't know where Tranquilo is, they're not going to know anything. And now, did you notice over by the Payless in Timorning? You can't even use the big flame tree as a landmark anymore.
Oh, yeah.
They cut it down.
What?
Wow.
They chopped
Where
it
will
down.
all the worms go?
I don't know, but you know what? We're in between the massage parlor and the Payless.
Save the worms.
There used to be this grand old tree
right near the apartment building.
Yes, exactly. Now the apartment building, I think, is in process of
I know
refurbing.
the flame trees because I run around them when there's worm season.
No inchworms in my hair. So they go one less landmark
wow.
And that will confound and bamboozle any invaders that try to get here. So everybody move the trash cans to the other side of the house. That's the way it works. Hey,
I'll send them to Saipan.
They'll fight you up there.
They will fight.
But I thought,
man.
you know, what it being Mess Tomorrow and everything, I thought that some of that fight would be in Chamorro.
Well, that is cultural, Ray.
Well, today is Mess Chamorro.
It's called
March.
Prebahau.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it's only on Guam. I think they just celebrate Chamorro all year round in Saipan.
Gara, we should take over Saipan now. We should move in,
Let's
Ray.
go. Right on.
Yeah.
Now next, Brett, I don't know. I'm you guys kind of scary. I think it was who was the one that was throwing the punch and calling the other guy MF?
I lost track, man.
Oh, it was Hulk Hogan. Okay.
Was it? Yeah, it was between the two of us.
I lost track. I
it was
love
Rhoda
this one
versus
like clerky looking guy telling whoever was filming you're not allowed to film.
I got some cool Hulk friends from
Unreal.
Guam too.
6:21 in the morning. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray, and we are thrilled to be here with you on a Tuesday morning after what it felt like a late night watching Candid. It felt
was
like
a late night. Yeah, we were up past our bedtime, definitely.
Well, the fun thing was we were all kind of together yesterday.
Yeah.
Mana and I and Big Sister Shelley in attendance at the viewing for Auntie Annie and then the funeral for Auntie Annie. And,
I
it
was
all,
sitting next to a hummingbird.
I don't know all the songs in the church anymore.
So he hums everything, even the responsorial song.
Nobody can understand you through the mask anyway. But when they did, they played that song, the John Ananich song, right? Here I am,
Lord, is it I, Lord?
He starts nudging me, John.
Oh, that one gets my
that's our song.
My eyes watering.
That's our song. But I got to say, you know, there's so many thoughts in my as I think about yesterday at the church. It's number 2, the second time in 2 days, second time in as many days, as journalists like to say, that I had to wear a mask for longer than about a half hour. But I figure it's Auntie Annie. She's worth it, right?
Yes,
so there's that. And then they, like I said, getting through the mass, and I'm not a regular church-going guy, as any of the priests will tell you here on Guam. And so they've changed. I complained about this before, but there's so many things that were drilled into my head as a young Catholic boy. And they come back with the and with your spirit. What's the other? What's the other?
Your spirit.
And then it's okay, Jesus. They throw all of this stuff in there, and I'm like, this is all new. And I feel like I need to remark about this because it is Mess Tomorrow. But I was raised in a I don't know, I don't want to say a different era of Catholic churchness. But when I was a little kid, if somebody was singing Corazon Santos, you know the song, there were always the old ladies in the back that had this soaring, lilting voice, and there was so many of singing exactly the same way. Now we there was a piano player, and I think somebody had a guitar and a drum and a bass, and 3 or 4 people singing in very orchestrated tones. And it occurred to me I do miss the sound of the old ladies singing old time rosary and novena songs in that old timey way that you never ever hear anymore. So just one time one of these days before I'm dead, I'd sure like to hear some of those Abe, that she's embarrassed because I'm singing on the radio again. Things normally go wrong when I begin to sing. Anyway, 6:24 in the morning. So much to get to, so many people to talk to. Let's talk about these heavenly do-gooders over here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Short list, and mostly because I plugged into the thing late, but we'll start with the top 10 for sure, which features big man Rico Blanco.
Rico sent me some pictures of the beetle nut that's growing on his tree.
Leave it, bro.
That's what I said.
Guard it.
I said, guard
leave
it, leave it up on the tree. Store it for us on the tree. We have got, it's amazing. You know, the way this town works is you will go from one point where you're literally looking under the dryer for beetle nut that might have fallen out of your pocket that wasn't picked up in the lint trap. You're looking for that stuff on the ground, and you know, looking under the car seats to see what might have dropped in there. You're chewing it like chewing a piece of rock, you know. But still, it's got a little tiny bit of beetle nut flavor. So we're getting that in, and then all of a sudden, everybody has beetle nut. You know, I went to a thing with Uncle Carl the other day, and Mayor Botta comes over and he says, "Hey, you need some beetle nut from the South." Whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa,
that's a good one.
That's made my ears the same color as this shirt. But then Mayor Paco will bring me pugwa, and Rico B bring me pugwa, and Auntie Lou Klitsky brings me pugwa. And she called over the weekend. She's like, "Hey, I got some more for you." I said, if you've got somebody else on your list that appreciates your sweet Jigo stash, then by all means, go ahead and give it to him this time. But Rico, good to see you there at number one here this morning, followed by Joe Cruz. Oh, wait a second. You don't count. Colin Clark says, good morning, retirees, taxpayers, and the working people of Guam. There's Ken Brown from the United States mainland, Mark Voigtland from the other side of the United States mainland, Sarah Lake online saying, hello, Mark. Oh, we must have that Mark. Okay. Wasn't sure which one of us is called Mark. Let me see. Pare ko, kumusta ka na? That's Rico B. in his mother tongue. Josh and Desiree Lasonko. Good morning, Ray, Mon, and Lon, Joe and Guahan. Lonnie Salas says, I love that song, Corazon Santos. It is a great song. I mean, it's one of those songs you hear at like a novena or funeral, just mass or something like that. It really one of those songs that can take you back to when you were just a little kid and you were getting Tillich from Sister. Pam Duvall, the mom of the program. You just have to attend a novena, says Pam. Maybe one of these days we'll get around to doing that. Okay. It's just for you, Pam. There's Ken LG back in the fold here this morning. I hope to speak with him at some point because, Ken, you're letting the air out of the Camacho add a balloon, bro. What's that? What's the thing about here in today's Guam Daily Post? You got an editorial talking about basically, you got Lou and Josh over there and their incumbents and who's supposed to be riding in on this quote new season. It's Felix and Tony. He's like, yeah, but these guys are like retreads. Where's the new names and the new voices? Can I ask you this question, Ken? Is Mike St. Nicholas new enough? I got to get some Ryan Reynolds in there. You good? Is Mike St. Nicholas new enough for your taste? Is that what you're looking for here, bud? Let me know. Hi, Neri Ishizu. Drew Tenorio online, and Benny and Tricia are there. Manny and Ning Rages. Relene George. Buenas and half a day to Benita Camacho Garrido. Kenneth Polino. Mike Grace Blas. Michael Jordan McCleary. Catalina Pinaula Rios online. Ray Dakanayawa. Good AM to all. Happy Friday and Mabu. Hi. Let me see. Half a Greg Baz night. Jerome McDonald says, remember Albert Manglotnia from Mong Toto? Also a Father Duenas graduate. He was once a rough and tough dude. He is now a good old Catholic boy. Is that from the Manglotnia down the street from my house? Right?
Maybe.
It could be. Well, yeah, there's a bunch of Manglotnia kids over there because they had Manglotnia store across the street. There. And Bob and Connie Bartonico are online. Go seniors, but soon to be grandmasters. Evelyn Bernardo, good morning to Dennis Larson, our B-man. Kennedy Robinson, good morning to you. I got Randy Landis watching. Louis Cabral, Mercy Wenzel, Ave Kul Niratnas is watching the program. Hope I got that name right. And T. Bennett Lujan Duenas from Family Finances there. Joanne Bilibay, Dale Audette, good morning to you. What's that? Sandra Rages says that if blessed with the opportunity to serve as an elected senator, that she will not grow a cocaine pinky nail and cover herself in gold like Pito Terlahi.
Oh my God, Biba.
Hey, how about that?
Wow, Sandra. Good morning.
Say that again?
It's today's random thought from Ismail.
Say hello to my little friend.
Sandra Regis says that if she's blessed with the opportunity to serve as an elected senator, that she will not grow a cocaine pinky nail and cover herself in gold like Pito Terlahi. But we all want to know, what's your stand on purses? What is your stand on that? That's among the questions that we're going to be asking. MJ Regis is there. Elizabeth Gumatao, Marsha Quintanilla Wong is there. MP Ogo and Joe Pareda online. Big crowd this morning, but like I said, I just turned on the Gizmo a few minutes ago, so there's going to be a whole lot of names. I'm just gonna have to get around to getting to before too much longer. And the truth of the matter is, this morning as much as I like social media, well, I like our social media. I like it when we're on. It was almost 2.5 hours with Candid last night, where I got my big sister Shelley and a Russian construction guy that were put into what do you call that? The Thunderdome with Nate Berg.
The Thunderdome.
And Chirag Bajwani, who's the Indian Santa Claus with that beard, right? And Logan Regis. They both had the Democratic Party logos behind them. And I thought, oh, the Democratic Party logo. That's it. They must be representing. But I didn't hear anything about any other Democrat thing. They were just talking about stuff that Lou was doing. So I think they should change the logo and make it say Lou's Democratic Party. And what's it going to be like at Lou's Democratic Party? Nonstop. Cha-cha-cha. Thank you very much for somebody that was out there. I don't know if we can play the audio here without getting in trouble with the guys over at Facebook and YouTube. But, yeah, apparently this is shot on Guam. I recognize that stage. I've worked that stage 100 times. That is the Hilton's floor, dance floor up on the stage there.
Oh, wow.
And you see that booty shaking?
I saw that.
That's Governor Lulian Guerrero booty shaking up there. They must have gotten me.
That looks like this weekend's the Filipina Association.
Oh,
the
that's
Women's
right.
Association.
Sure does look like they closed the place down, too. What is it?
They had to sit with Michael.
Wait, do I have that picture? Hold on.
Any opportunity to get up and dance and walk away from Michael.
Hey, I saw your chick yesterday, man. Yeah, I saw Therese.
Oh, wow.
Should I?
Oh, speaker.
Speaker. I saw her smile. There's Joe's chick.
Wow.
He did.
He did. Okay, because, the formalities and the sanctity of the church mean nothing to me. But there's the picture of what has got to be just the most awkward thing in the whole wide world. Got Governor Lulian Guerrero on one side. You got Josh Tenorio on the other side. And Mike St. Nicholas, who looks like he's deep in thought or prayer. At that point, just going
meditation.
How do I get myself out of this? Here's Congressman St. Nicholas. If you're still in town, let me give you a piece of advice here. Whenever you're in a situation like that, what I want you to do is text me the word cupcake. That's our safe word. So you text me the word cupcake, and I will do it, or I will have Real Joe call you and say that there is some kind of a pet emergency.
Yeah.
We've found a donor for your one-eyed cat.
Yeah. And with the eyes in the cooler, and we got to move fast, Congressman.
Important you meet us immediately, and then you can get up and excuse yourself from the awkward horror that you are in there right now.
Gotta go, one-eyed cat. Bye.
See ya. We found a replacement heart for my dog. I'm just saying, 6:33 in the morning. But anyway, so it's a good time had by all watching the fireworks. Well, we were kind of hoping for fireworks on the Candid deal last night, but we didn't get any fireworks. Like I said, it was just weird because it's like my sister and a Russian guy that she never met before in her life. We know him as Mr. G. But I will say that there were times that I yelled out loud at the television. I've got I had it on the phone, so I played it through my Apple TV thing, and so I've got the thing up there on the screen. And then they started talking about, because Mr. G brought it up, and I thought it was appropriate. How among other things, there just seemed to have been a blatant attempt to segregate the community, to divide us by vaccination status. How dare you? How dare you? You remember the phrase, the pandemic of the unvaccinated. And then Shelley brought up another one of the phrases that was floating around in a meme that I bet you I still got. And I guarantee I still have it. It's the one that said, "You are not the victims, you are the vector." And then Nate Berg goes, "Oh, you guys, You totally misunderstood that. No, we were using the word vector in just the best way possible. You know, it's a medical kind of term. It's part of our lingo that we use here, and it's just a way to describe what's going on. And I'm going, whoa, easy on the gaslighting, partner. And what was the other deal here? Is the pandemic of the unvaccinated. And as it turns out, how many unvaccinated people we have in the hospital out of 33? There are 7 of them that are unvaccinated. The rest of them are vaccinated individuals. And Real Joe's got it right. Here, you and I, we're unvaccinated, and we can go inside of a restaurant now. And I'm sitting there going, why would I want to go in there? There's vaccinated people. They're going to make me sick. I was fine right up until I started hanging out with vaccinated.
I tried. I don't like it much
anymore. You're all itchy. You're getting that. You already. So
that's a tattoo. Yeah, I put that on my arm, Rick.
It's like, oh my God, you people are so sensitive. What's wrong with being a vector? We were gonna make patches and jackets.
I wanted to eat inside so bad, but now that I can, I'm like, I don't really want to hang out with you.
We're gonna get the guys over Fuckeye to do a new hat, with vector on it. What's your Victor? Vector? You remember the movie? How funny that was? Yes. How could you possibly be upset about all of that? Unbelievable. What the kind of stuff that we were here. Lonnie Salas online going, ha 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 ha. Yeah, you know it. Al Moser. I got Nick Perlosky. Hi, Lauren. Good to see you there. Sam Beanie Young. Sam, don't come by today to drop off the tickets. Sam's got some tickets for us. Because I told her I was going to buy a couple of tickets to
Is she
that.
running? Is she having fun?
Nice. Biba.
Biba?
That I know of, no. I think I gave her an opportunity the other day when I asked about that, and she declined. She said, got the when Rowie online. Trina San Augustin is there. Jerome McDonald says, I send you a one-eye patch for your car, Ray. Oh, no, not car, cat. He wants to send me a one-eye patch. He wrote car, and I'm going, hey, it was funny right up until there. But okay, gotcha. No, that would be cool. I see if I got a picture. I'm sure I've got a picture of the one-eyed cat. Maybe I'll put it up on the screen so you can see what I was doing. Ismail says about last night. These guys either drank the Lou Kool-Aid or are pod people. And I'm sitting there. Chirag starts going over the Democratic Party points. The same ones that they regurgitated when Felix made his campaign announcement about. Well, we erased the deficit, and I remember asking, who asked you to do that during a pandemic? Why would you pay all of the bills down with whatever loose change that we've got during the dang pandemic? That's the kind of thing you save for the rainy day that's coming after the pandemic. But no, all we asked you to do was collect $200 million, right? That was it. And get Daphne on that. Raise the deficit. I get it. I want to be able to say, whatever. Look, I've got debt. There's good debts, mortgages.
And then you had Logan's spiel about pushing people into poverty. You never want to do that, and then you just completely forgot.
What about the 8,000 private sector people that were pushed into poverty?
It was more than 8,000. More like
comes
40.
Nate comes back and says, "Well, we need to worry about their insurance because otherwise, how are they going to pay me?" We gotta, you don't want all these people walking around without any kind of health insurance. They got any strings on it in the government of Guam. I said, but what about the 8,000 people that lost their jobs and their access to health care and their access to health insurance? I don't hear anybody. If you were among the unemployed or underemployed, I urge you to take a look at some of the highlights. Maybe somebody needs to do that. Put together a highlights reel from Candace's thing last night, so that you can hear all of the double speak and cycle babble that was coming out of the other side. And of course, Mon and I have a natural bias. Everything that Shelley said, was beyond brilliant, and it was difficult for these guys to respond one way or the other. 6:38 in the morning. Do I want to stop and do a headline?
I like the 8:36.
Of course you do. Yeah. You got an appointment. Listen. Real Joe had a funny joke earlier this morning that he obviously doesn't remember. Is we were going to do cards. We were going to send out Hallmark cards. Enjoy your winter of death. Yes. And that would have been nice. You picture of Lou and Josh. Hope you're having a great winter of death. Pandemic of the unvaccinated.
Thoughts and prayers.
Anyway, from 7 o'clock in the morning. All right, this is too much fun already. Montecillo Tyron's got that first big look at news and headlines. Here we go.
Well, police are looking for another armed robbery suspect. This one It took place at the Dream Market in Sinanja on Saturday night. Police were called to the store about 7 p.m. when the cashier was held up at knife point. The description of the suspect is kind of sketchy. His individual was last seen wearing a white hoodie with a red mask. He's described only as being standing about 5'9", 5'10". Anyone with information, please call GPD. Meanwhile, the Department of Education will go before the legislature today in an informational hearing. They'll talk about a number of issues. In particular, they want to discuss the 180-day requirement that they're seeking a waiver for, along with the service learning requirement. That informational hearing scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning. And from the JIC report, there were 6 COVID-related fatalities that were reported, along with 462 COVID-related or COVID cases that were confirmed over the weekend. That's over the last 3 days. And Mount Carmel Church is also going to be closed for the remainder of the week after a parishioner there was tested positive for COVID-19. That means there's going to be no Mass for Ash Wednesday, which is tomorrow. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Wait, because one guy?
Yeah, or gal.
With COVID-19.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much the Omicron these days, right? The easy one. So they're going to shut the thing down for a week. Probably just didn't want to do Mass.
They ran out of ashes.
That's it.
They didn't get the ashes.
No.
Hey, Joe, did you burn the leaves? Hey, Melissa. I forgot to burn the leaves. We've got no ash to put on somebody's forehead. Can't borrow it from the parish next door. I got you. 6:41. Everybody go to Maina anyway. 6:41 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Lots and lots to talk about. Obviously, a fairly chunky table of content. And what we haven't done yet, or if we did, I forgot because I'm having so much fun. Did we already say Biba Mes tomorrow?
No, you didn't.
Is tomorrow. Today, by the way, is the 1st of March. How about that? And it is. I know this. I know that I got a note from somebody this morning. First thing in the morning, he sends me a note. Says it's my birthday today. It's the 1st of March. Biba Mes tomorrow. All right. So I got that. I'll tell you later on when I remember what was that sent me their own birthday request.
Happy birthday!
Yeah. But anyway, so tomorrow month. And so we're going to Biba and Hafaday and as much as we possibly can between now and then. And unfortunately, it's a talk radio station, so we're not going to be able to play any J.D. Crutch or Gus and Doll or anything like that. But
do we have
Boss will.
Tello saying the Inafresi?
I might. We might actually be able to
Linguini Fressi?
scrounge that up. So we got that working. And it is also, for those of you trying to pay attention, Fat Tuesday today. So that's the way this works is for people in like Louisiana, French Quarter, and all of that stuff. Mardi Gras is going on. So if you feel the need to do some daytime drinking, show body parts, wear beads, by all means, go right ahead.
And the reason why they call it Fat Tuesday is because this is when you
last day to eat meat.
Yeah, you feast before the Lenten fast.
So that's the way that works. So if you can get some of that in, but I did. We should take a break. All right, tell you what. Coming up, my adventures as a free diner coming up.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
Wait, hold on. Let me check because my map might still be in Odessa or Belarus or some other place that you never heard of until last Thursday. Stand by now. Yep, I can see it. Here we go. Looking at the map. We like to start up at the north end of Guam because that just works out for the best. We got a little bit of traffic leaning up on Anderson Air Force Base. Is somebody invading them? No Russians up there that we know of. All right, good. Traffic southbound Marine Corps Drive looking pretty sturdy all the way up until the intersection of 1 and 3. But that's minor. That you get through that, you're going to be just fine. A little bit of traffic over by JFK and the Kmark area. 8, 10, and 16 running clear light right now. 10 and 15 and 4 and 10 looking pretty good here this morning. Not a whole lot of traffic getting to the downtown Agutnia area. And I will say this. Without giving any particular credit to anybody, because I don't want the government to get any credit for doing something that they're supposed to be doing anyway. But may I just say that Route 4 from Sinanya down into the downtown Agutnia area is looking fantastic. They've laid out some new striping on the road, and the thing is looking really, really good. You know, guys, I'm going to keep it up. You're doing a good job, Ihu. Keep it up for everybody so that we can make it so that when Grandma drives on that road in the rain, in the dark, she's got a pretty good chance to be able to see where the edges of her travel lane are so she doesn't, hit the barricades and go flying into the old swamp area. 6:45 in the morning. Not a whole lot going on at Big Navy, Guam, so I think we're going to shut down this traffic report right about now.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglonia from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
I tell you, every once in a while, I'll take a look at the playback of the show. I'm sorry, I put this back up on the screen because I wanted to see if I could see Mike St. Nicholas's rosaries. Rosary beads in that picture, because he does kind of look like, now that I'm looking at it, it looks like he might be deep in prayer here. Dear Mr. Jesus, get me out of here, please. Let me see, 6:46 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by all of my friends over at Nissan Guam. You know how I know they're my friends? They let me go on test drives whenever they got a new ride coming in, like the new Frontier. They're like, Ray, you like trucks, right? Yeah, and I'm like, okay, come on by here, and we'll literally let you drive it anywhere you want to. Of course, they've got 2 big guys in the back seat to ensure that I bring the thing back. But that's the fun. That's the fun. And, actually, as it turns out, they don't do that just for their best friends. I think anybody can get a test drive in some of the great rides they've got over at Nissan, including a whole bunch of 2021s. Still trying to get them off the lot. Nissan's Rogue and Rogue Sports, Titans, Muranos, Kicks, plenty more. 0 down and your choice. 0% APR for the life of the loan, or the first 3 payments are on them at NissanGuam.com.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Okay, I thought I was having a good time, but Nick Perlowski's having a great time. I brought up that the line from Airplane. What's your Victor? Yeah. We have clearance, Clarence. He's like throwing all the quotes in there. That's awesome, bro.
Surely you can't be serious.
Silly Sel. I'm serious, and don't call me Shelly. She's online here this morning saying good morning, and then we were talking about the other guys, the guys from the Democratic Party of, Lou's Democratic Party of Guam, and she says punks. Is she talking about the same people I was talking about there, Montecillo Tyron? Do you suppose? Just let it go. Matt Galendez is there. Gina San Nicolas, KLB Guam is online. Ismail, this is interesting. What's a douche? Because he says Dr. Berg is one.
Oh, yeah, James Howard is one, too.
The words were used in derogatory terms. I mean, he had to stay until the end of the show when Mr. G got in that point that he was annoyed that the community had been divided. And they must have had a meeting on this, because he was right there with the lines. No. You're the phrase "you're victims." You're not victims. You're vectors. That was all completely taken out of context. That's not what the governor meant. Surely it couldn't have been what she meant when she said that. The pandemic of the unvaccinated was tossed in there as well. And Ismail says, no, they were derogatory. They weren't used out of context. That was an explanation. Wasn't an explanation. It was an excuse. Sandra Rage is online. Juanita Machi is there. Hi, Bill Wyndham. Good seeing you there. Pete Guerrero and Sabine Chargaloff. Remove the mask mandate, says Matt Galendez. Do you realize that there might be just 2 other places in the United States that are still clinging to some kind of mask mandate? We'll go over that before too much longer. Sabine Chargaloff online saying, be back. Cody James saying Mount Carmel hasn't had masks for the kids in months. That's not surprising. Describe the perp, says Dennis, 5'9", hoodie and a mask. Well, that kind of narrows it down. In fact, I've got a picture. I got a picture somewhere of a guy with a hoodie and a mask that's responsible for, untold number of crimes around here. And we're just kind of making it easier for these guys to get away. Joe Dizon saying good morning. Art De Castro, Joe Jerry, T. Pacencia, John Santos, Randy Landis, Bill Friton, Colton Lewis, Dave Quit. No. Quitters never win, and winners never quit, Dave. Johnny Martinez saying good morning. Laissez les bons temps router, let the good times roll. C'est si bon. It's good. Thanks, Nick. C'est si bon. That's Utam's sound installation thing. Did you know that?
No.
No, I used to be a nightclub when I was one of the first places that me and my friends used to be able to sneak into.
Oh, man.
Like a full-on buy me drinky bar, but they didn't check IDs. So it was all, we just told them we were in the military. Julia Santos, Charles Craw, Raspberry, Amelia Akfadzi, Jessime Borja, Tim Zedeker. Good morning to you. Oliver Malakas. And what do we Ron Castro, Shelley confirming who she was talking about. Yes, both immature punks. Harvey Egna, Renee Benny, and Rish and Joe are in the program this morning. That's what I'm saying. You'll love to see the comments on just about anything on the Facebook Live, YouTube side. James Howard, and I want to say Booney Dog is going to get in there a little bit later on. Rico hanging out. Who's your Big Daddy 06 is watching, saying Buenas Zan, half a day. We're talking about the other Governor Leon Guerrero and an editorial contribution he made in this morning's Guam Daily Post. Ladies and gentlemen, Ken Leon Guerrero. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning. Before we get into that, your 5'9" hoodie story, I got a great story to share with you. A while ago, I tried to walk into a bank that shall remain unnamed. And the guy stopped me and wouldn't let me in. And he told me, you can't come in here. You're not wearing a mask. And I started laughing so hysterically, I thought I was going to pee my pants. Here I got a security guard banning me from entering a bank because I don't have a mask on. I remember not too long ago, I was getting stopped because I was wearing a hat and sunglasses that obscured my face. And now they were refusing to let me in because I'm not wearing a mask.
Unbelievable.
It's just the irony.
It is ridiculous. There's a story in the Hawaii Free Press where much of my great entertainment comes from. And the story is Hawaii will keep its indoor mask mandate in place despite new federal guidelines issued that would allow most of the U.S. population to stop wearing masks. Governor David Ige remained firm Friday afternoon on keeping Hawaii's indoor mask mandate in place. Quote, Hawaii will keep the indoor mask mandate for now. We are watching disease activity across the state and globally, especially as other changes are made to current programs across the U.S. in the county level. We will adjust accordingly. The spokesperson for their Department of Harassment, Brooks Baer, credited the state's mask mandate and high vaccination rate, among other factors, for keeping Hawaii's death rate the second lowest in the U.S. And you know what? You don't have to provide any evidence when you say crap like that. That's the greatest thing about this COVID-19 is you can do whatever you want under the guise of, well, it saved lives. Prove it. You're alive. You're alive, so therefore it saved lives, all these mask mandates. Quote, right now, there are several countries. This is the greatest piece of double talk I've heard since last night. Right now, there are several countries in Asia experiencing a real surge in COVID-19, and we're right between the U.S. mainland and some of those Asian cities. So we have to keep a close eye on not only what happens here in the islands, but elsewhere as well. Like if somebody gets a booger in the Philippines Oh, my God. It could travel all by itself from the Philippines, over the Philippine Sea, across the Pacific Ocean, the grand expanse of the Pacific Ocean, and land in Hawaii. And not just land in Hawaii, but stop over in Hawaii, get a lay, and then make it towards the United States of America and infect somebody with Filipino boogers. This is the kind of thinking that seems to be going on in the halls of power, not just here, but in Hawaii as well. 6:55 in the morning. And back to Ken.
Well, if you cut through all the persiflage in that statement, it comes down to, like Guam, we still have federal funds that we haven't expended yet on sole source contracts, and we will continue to keep the mask in place until we have expended all of our funds.
Correct. Maybe it's that. So an interesting editorial in today's Guam Daily Post, and I'm looking at the thing going, wow, Ken, why you got to hate here, man?
Well, simply because we as citizens need to demand better of our politicians, and that's the only way we get better politicians. It's a sad comment on things when Mike Nicholas is the most Republican person out there on the political landscape. And I say that after having watched him in the legislature and listening to him debate various tax and spend bills, and yet here we have a legislature that hasn't met a fee increase or a tax increase or a bond that it doesn't like. At the same time, we're watching our debt service levels get to the point where the money is going to go directly from payroll withholding to debt service at the rate we're going. And in the process, as the government revenues decline, I mean spendable revenues decline, services get cut. That's why the roads look the way they look. And then the quality of the employees goes down because they can't pay them what they're worth, and so they end up going to places that can pay them. I know a lot of teachers who have left the island being lured to places like Utah where they're offering them a starting salary of $45,000 and relocation bonus.
Yeah. Well, there's somebody out there saying, yeah, but it's Utah, Ken. There's no beach in Utah. Where's the beach in Utah? Huh?
You know what? When people
do they have a terrain there where we can sit out and drink a coffee and look at that crooked tree? No.
Hey, when the most proud accomplishment in the press release out of Adelup is that 300 families can pick up a food package at Gigo on the 3rd, that's a compelling reason why we're losing our best and brightest. And it goes back to the quality of the politicians we put into positions of power.
And you think there's a problem with you don't think Felix Camacho and Tony Ada have any shine left? Nothing else to give to the people of Guam? No other service that they can provide?
Well, it goes back to the credibility of the candidate. And, I thought that Felix, I was hopeful that Felix would pick a credible running mate, but he picked Tony Ada. And the reason why I'm upset about that.
Oh, man, and they did such a good job with the funeral yesterday, and now you're digging on Ada.
Hey, I remember when my own mother died, and here it was on a Thursday. The legislature was in session, and who shows up? Tony Ada.
There you go.
So we're paying him as taxpayers to run his business. And he did the same thing when he was Governor Calvo's special assistant. We paid him nearly $500,000 during the last term of the Calvo administration to run a funeral business. I can't point to a single thing he did as a special assistant to the governor that benefited the people of Guam in any way, shape, or form. And, by embracing.
Now, this has got the earmarks of a great debate. I'd love to hear you and Felix go after it. On the other hand, why don't you just give me an editorial on why you like Mike St. Nicholas so much? I mean, I like Mike, too.
Well, until he becomes a viable candidate, in other words, throws his hat into the ring, as far as I'm concerned, he's not running for governor. I mean, if I ran through the list of everybody that people have been talking to me about as potential candidates, I could write 30 editorials.
Yeah, I know. Look, we all know where everything seems to be headed. I think it's time that we start treating him as a de facto candidate. Certainly not the designated nominee of his party, but I think it's time that we start looking at a three-way race coming up 179 days from today for the primary election. Doesn't look like there's going to need to be a primary election for the Republicans, which is going, I think, to favor Felix and Tony in a huge way, but you would still have to take on the political unicorn as described by Cousin Troy over at Candid. That is Mike St. Nicholas. And the other question is, who is going to be Mike St. Nicholas's running mate? Will this be? I'm so interested to find out. Will this be one of those? Oh my God, great pick, or is it going to come down to? Yeah, I guess that'll work. We're just going to have to wait and see. Pam Duval suggesting that you start printing the I Like Mike great bumper sticker. Hey, I got to go because it's 7 o'clock. No, I got to go. Call me back later. 7 o'clock, time for Fox News.
UN. I'm Lisa Brady. Fox News. The United States just giving a dozen Russian diplomats the boot at the United Nations for undiplomatic activities. This as the UN General Assembly holds a rare emergency meeting on Russia's war in Ukraine amid growing concerns about the Russian president's state of mind.
Senior American officials who've been dealing with Putin for decades now are starting to ring alarm bells about his mental state. They are noting things like a stark change in his public behavior, attitude, and his decisions. President Obama's ambassador to Russia says when dictators rule for decades, they stop listening to advisors, become disconnected from reality, spend a lot of time alone, and overreach. This is exactly what's happened to Putin.
Fox's Jillian Turner. A day after President Putin put his nuclear forces on alert, the State Department calls it a provocative rhetoric. In a new Quinnipiac poll taken before Putin's alert, 63% of Americans say they're concerned Putin might use nuclear weapons. 2/3 think he intends to invade more than Ukraine. A member of the Ukrainian parliament, Alexei Goncharenko, appealing to the U.S.
Please provide us with a non-fly zone like it was done in Syria and Libya. Because we are suffering and civilians are suffering from the airstrikes.
On the ground, satellite photos show a miles-long Russian convoy heading for the capital. On the eve of the State of the Union address, President Biden is hosting a celebration of Black History Month.
Black History Month is more than a celebration. It's a powerful, powerful reminder that Black history is American history. Black culture is American culture. Black stories are essentially an ongoing story of America.
During the event, the First Lady wearing a mask with a sunflower, the national flower of Ukraine, to show support for the Ukrainian people. America is listening to Fox News.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Russia facing a war crimes probe. The chief prosecutor for the International Criminal Court says he plans to open an investigation as rapidly as possible into possible war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine, where a mass effort to escape the fighting continues.
People fleeing however they can, now getting out of the country.
The UN estimating 500,000 refugees so far. Fox's Benjamin Hall visiting a train station in Lviv, Ukraine.
And what we saw was heartbreaking, a sea of humanity, people getting out absolutely however they can. Tickets for these people are no good. They just get on any train they can. They've left behind their lives, their homes, their jobs. And again, getting on a train, finding one is nearly impossible.
The men being turned back to help defend their country. A school bus overturns in North Carolina. State Highway Patrol saying any injuries were minor, but county officials say 12 people, including the bus driver, were taken to a hospital for treatment. The bus was from Cleveland High, southeast of Raleigh. The weather described as clear at the time with the crash under investigation. 3 West Coast governors announced they're getting rid of mask mandates in schools.
The 3 Democratic governors, California's Gavin Newsom, Oregon's Kate Brown, and Washington's Jay Inslee, jointly cited falling infection and hospitalization rates for the decision. Masking in those states will only be recommended in most indoor areas by March 12th. California will start observing that this week. It's not a complete end. Masking in high-risk interior settings such as airports and public transportation will still be observed. Governor Inslee says masking now moves to a personal or business choice as Americans learn to live daily with COVID. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The Dow down 166 points at the close, but had been down more than 500 during the session. The NASDAQ finishing higher. Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Military Auto Source is pleased to announce a tremendous opportunity working on the military bases in Guam. We'll give you a sales franchise requiring no investment on your part. You'll have the freedom to control your income, your work pace, and above all, your destiny. If you have entrepreneurial instincts and want to win, then this is the opportunity for you. For those that have a strong desire for a high income and sales success, please go to the Boss 104 website at boss104.gu on March 5th, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and click on the MAS Virtual Job Fair link to talk face to digital face. To apply beforehand, click the MAS logo to apply or contact JKLOSE at militarycars.com. Military Auto Source is an equal opportunity employer.
BK's new Double Whopper Jr. Your Way meal is now available. The Double Whopper Jr. is made with 2 fire-grilled burger patties, creamy mayonnaise, fresh lettuce and tomato, crunchy pickles, ketchup, and freshly cut onions on a toasted sesame seed bun. Our New Way meal includes french fries, 4-piece chicken nuggets, and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Double Whopper Jr. Your Way meal at your favorite Burger King location. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. BK Tumon Bay, Hanggatnya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK Your Way.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Well, the Department of Education will be called to an informational hearing scheduled for this morning at the legislature. A number of items on the agenda for discussion, a couple of which will be the key focus points of DOE. They're looking to get a waiver for their 180-day classroom requirement for their schools. They're also looking at a waiver on the service learning requirement. That informational hearing scheduled to take place at 10 a.m. From the JIC report, there were 6 COVID-related fatalities reported yesterday. It brings our island's total to 328. Of the 6, 1 was not vaccinated, while 2 were fully vaccinated without a booster shot, and there were 3 who are fully vaccinated with a booster. There were also 462 COVID cases confirmed from all of the weekend tests that were conducted, including yesterday's. Meanwhile, Mount Carmel Church will be closed for the remainder of the week after one of its parishioners tested positive. That means there will be no Mass or church this week. In particular, they want parishioners to know that there will not be any Ash Wednesday Mass at the Mount Carmel Church tomorrow. You might notice some increased activity in and around the area as the U.S. Naval Base Guam security forces and first responders participate in the Command Assessment of Readiness and Training, or CART. CART is a commander program that evaluates installations on their response capabilities and their ability to train their personnel in various scenarios. Released from the Joint Region says that the exercise will take place on Naval Base Guam, including Apra Harbor, and involves training scenarios that replicate real-world events. It's designed to enhance the training and readiness of Navy security forces' response to threats to installations and units. CART is not a response to any specific threat. The training will continue through the rest of the week. We'll have more news right after this.
Be in the know. Want to keep your family safe from high-tech trouble? Introducing Bark Jr., a new online parental control app that's free for GTA wireless and internet customers. Bark Jr. monitors apps and social media, manages online screen time, and filters websites to protect your family from inappropriate online content. Sign up for any GTA postpaid wireless or internet service and get Bark Jr. for free today. Call us at 671-644-4482 or visit us at gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
A level 1 sex offender will not have to spend any additional time in the Department of Corrections after admitting to his part in a child abuse case filed against him in the local court. That from the Guam Daily Post. 42-year-old Conrad Sablan Montano pleaded guilty to child abuse as a third-degree felony before Judge Vern Perez. His plea agreement with the prosecution got him a 3-year sentence with all but 90 days suspended. It was said in court that Montano had already served that time following his arrest back in 2020. He is placed on 3 years of parole. The court noted that his co-actor, Sherilyn Songao, has since been convicted for her part in the abuse. Montano told the judge that he was only present at the time of the abuse and did nothing to stop it. However, the court documents detail that Montano was also abusing the child, who was 6 at the time. He was also convicted on second-degree criminal sexual conduct. This back in 2014. The case involved a 10-year-old girl. And a man facing federal charges in connection to a case that involves more than 428 grams of methamphetamine has taken a government plea deal. 24-year-old Peter Kofinas is set to admit to 2 counts of attempted possession of meth with the intent to distribute. The plea agreement was filed in the district court on Monday. Kofinas was initially set to go to trial on March 22nd. He now faces a maximum of 10 years in prison. Kofinas, along with 47-year-old Doreen Cantaro, were arrested in connection with a package that was sent to a mailbox at the Joint Mayor's office. Cantaro pleaded guilty earlier this year to attempted possession of methamphetamine with the intent to distribute. She's scheduled to be sentenced on April 26. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Wait. I'm looking to see if I got something that I sent to myself, and I don't think I do. And it's going. I do have it. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Anastasia is her name. And you might be wondering who Anastasia is. She is one of 36,000 women in Ukraine's army. 36,000 women in their army, all of them armed to the teeth, just like her. She also has the distinction of being the Miss Ukraine in their beauty pageants. So brains and bullets all in the same incredible combination. That just looks like the kind of woman that you don't give a whole lot of guff to. It's like, when she says, "I'm hungry," you cook. You just cook. You don't go, "My God, I just fed you." Do you have to eat 3 times a day? Every time I turn around, you're hungry. But no, you put up with that because she's got a bigger rifle than you've got.
I hope she meets a nice Russian man, Ray.
7:11 in the morning. Well, if it comes down to it, as I said, I'm not doing any of those crash kind of base humor jokes about, let's bring these hot Ukrainian women to stay out, live out the war here on Guam. Just this one, I think, will do. It's 7:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Here it comes. Celebrity birthdays. Can I give you a celebrity birthday today? Joseph Cameron.
Oh, wow.
Happy birthday.
Family Ties?
What's that?
Was that Family Ties?
No. Now, Guam, Chamorro, what is it? Chamorro Affairs, Joe Cameron. Got a
guy with a nice shirt.
Lots and lots of nice shirts. He's
Happy birthday.
65 years old today, and he sent me a message on the WhatsApp.
Happy birthday, Uncle Joe.
He said, "That's why I love Mess Tomorrow, because it's the start of Mess Tomorrow is the start of my birthday, and I'm 65. There we go. Happy birthday to you, buddy. Scattered showers, mainly before 4, it says, then partly sunny skies in today's forecast. Daytime highs about 87 degrees. With a heat index, it'll feel like 90. East winds up to 23 miles an hour. Gusts as high as 28 miles an hour. See largely the same thing happening tonight with partly cloudy skies chasing us around. But we should be out of it by tomorrow. Let me get the gizmo up on the screen so you can see what's happening out here in the Pacific Hood. We've got all of that kind of snot running just below Guam here. In fact, today should be a beautiful day up in Saipan, where they're, what do we got, round 2 at their legislature today later on? But anyway, once that passes, then as you can tell, we're back into some empty space here without a whole lot of cloud and rain activity. So that's good news. Wednesday is going to be a nice day. We'll just get through some of that snotty stuff here today. With a heat index, it'll feel like 90. Fire danger rating is up there. Rip current reports all around the island, and men of war. That is the Portuguese men of war. Is that, wait. I got to make sure that we're saying it, because there's one that's relatively harmless, and then there's one that'll kill you. And I want to say the Portuguese man of war is the one that'll kill you.
Oh, I don't know, man.
So it's it's like the distinction between that Anatov 225
Any of them, dude.
and the 114s that everybody is now correcting me on from yesterday, because I said it's an Antonov, and the guy eventually says yes, it's an Antonov, but it's not the big one that came here a couple of years ago. The big one that came here a couple of years ago was destroyed by the Russians.
The one you saw was a keto one, right?
On the ground. Yes, the keto diet one. It's 7:14. The Ray Gibson Show continues. Don't move.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Do you have a pain or loss of function in your hand or upper extremity? Then have Dr. Jerome Landstrom, a board-certified hand surgeon and combat veteran with over 25 years in experience in diagnosing and treating upper extremity and hand problems. He'll provide care to you and your loved ones so you and your loved ones can take care of yourselves and others. Call 671-646-HAND for an appointment and visit his website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com. Sorry, I'm on Twitter, bro.
Oh, I thought you were wordling.
No. No, you know what? I've
Wordling 1.
I'm on Wordle 4. I have
So you're stepping back, bro?
4 of the correct letters, 2 of them in the right place, but one that's confounding me. So I got a feeling that today might be Wordle in 6. And there needs, I need to, there's got to be one of those things where, like, I reward myself for Wordle in 3 or 2, and then, days where I find I should punish myself for getting Wordle in anything more than 4, 5, or 6, right? I'm just trying to figure out what that punishment is going to end up being. Don't you dare say listening to old episodes of this show. I know how you are. 7:16 in the morning. What am I supposed to be talking about? APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by 3-lettered favorite, KFC. Yeah, all of those letters are correct and in the right place. They are your place for Lent. Among our favorites, Bob Kelly is going to be just thrilled here because he lives for Lent at KFC. We've got a seafood salad, fish fillet, popcorn shrimp. I live within a mile of the KFC up on Route 8, and I get this popcorn shrimp. It's gone before I hit the driveway. It is gone before I hit. It's so good. There's a seafood twister in there, a wasabi fish sandwich. Matt, that was new last year, and everybody was just raving about that. There's a breaded shrimp and crab Kelligwin, and I believe that this is Bob's favorite sandwich for Lent over at KFC, the shrimp burger. The shrimp burger. Now, it's all available for Lent. And I'm hoping, as I'm reading this out, Frank, let me know that it's available today. I believe it is available today, but if not, go and grab yourself one of the new favorites. Try the KFC fried chicken sandwich with the Denancy sauce or the Denancy twister. So good and waiting for you to call 300-FAST for delivery from KFC.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
There's that sound. It's not an annoyance. It just reminds me that I shouldn't let it play very long. Otherwise, I feel I'm wasting everybody's time here today. I'm looking to see. I did it again. I sent myself some new pictures. That's new. NEW. Some of you might have heard something else. At any rate, there are threads on Twitter now. I played for you. I put this picture up on the screen. I'm like, hey, there's Anastasia. There's the Miss Ukraine. Happens to be in the Army. Rick Rue is absolutely right. But I said 36,000 women in the Ukraine Army, and I'm wondering if she's the hottest thing that they've got. I'll leave that question to you with a couple of pictures of other women of Ukraine's army. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine, Ray.
Yeah, all right. And then this one. There are entire threads on Twitter, places that you can go and where you can see all these pictures of Ukraine Army women, all apparently dressed up.
Focus, soldiers, focus.
Exactly. But I'm just thinking, it's like, think about some of the women that you know. All right, hon, we're going to need to defend Guam. But my lashes. You're gonna be who told you to get those 4-inch lashes? You look like a giraffe. What's going on with all of that? Or wait, hold on. The nails. I just got my nails done. You like the pattern? Maybe I should get a camel pattern or something like that. They'll never see me in the forest. 7:19 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. So much to talk about, and let's get around to doing some of that right now. Usually at this time, I like to spend a couple of minutes talking about what's going on in the market, and I might do that. I might just do that right now. The numbers have gotten better than they were when I sat down here about 5 this morning. S&P 500 still off, but only off by 10 points. The NASDAQ picked up 56 points. Of the American markets, they're the only one in the green. NASDAQ closing at 13,751. Dow Jones Industrial Average is at 33,892, off by 166 points. So even the uncertainty of all of the markets and the volatility brought on by this Russian war with Ukraine has unsettled the markets. FTSE off by 31 points. The Nikkei picked up 50. Hang Seng dragging there with 54 points in the red, 22,713. The Shanghai Index at 3462, up by 10. The VIX is up by 2, and the DAX is down by 106. Big winners on the Dow this morning: Chevron, Boeing, Salesforce, Honeywell, and Microsoft. Of course, Microsoft, big winners on the NASDAQ: Lucid, Zscaler, Tesla, CrowdStrike, and Fortinet. S&P had some winners as well: SolarEdge Tech, Occidental Petroleum, Enphase Energy, L3 Harris, and Northrop Grumman, all doing very well. What's that? Northrop, don't they make stuff to blow stuff up with? Those Northrop Grumman people, is that maybe? It's a good day for everybody in the war business, if you will. On the commodities, looking at gold a lot these days, 1,912. My, what a swing. Where was it? 1,890 something yesterday, and now 1,912 for an ounce of gold. It picked up $24 worth of value. Oil, as in West Texas crude, trading at $95.75. It was earlier at $96.46, so we've got a little bit of narrow trading that's going on there. Tapis, I don't have a new number for Tapis just yet. It's $104. And 11 cents. That's the frozen number from a couple of days ago, and we've seen a little bit of breathability with West Texas crude, where it was looking like it was definitely going over 100, and then it backed down to like 91 because we didn't actually do the restrictions that we were going to do on Putin, on the sanction on oil coming out of Russia. But West Texas back on the move, 96.46 for all of that. The most expensive oil in the world. And this is the scary thing, because they move fairly close together, is that Azerbaijan Light.
Oh, yeah.
Azerbaijan Light. Sound like Bud Light. But this stuff here, trading now, is the most expensive product in the world, $107.42. And like I said, they kind of move along that. Azure Light moves parallel sometimes with what's going on with Tapis. There will be a new Tapis number later on this morning. It usually comes in right after the program late on Tuesday midday or Wednesday morning. I'll definitely take a look at it. Jerry Roberts is in the studio at 7:22 in the morning. Jerry Roberts, host of The Extra Point. You get him here every weekday and every Tuesday, unless something has gone sideways sideways, you will find him in the Guam Daily Post. And today, his work zone column is entitled 3 Assignments for You.
Yes, sir.
All right. Assignment number 1, tie up loose ends. What, am I dying? Is that what it is? Get a lawyer? Put your affairs in order, Mr. Gibson?
No, sir.
Assignment number 2, coach someone. And assignment number 3 is going to be listen better.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. I knew one of you was going to do it. I just wasn't sure which one it was going to end up being. 7:23 in the morning. Lent coming up, and that's got to make you non-meat eaters happy because there's more there's more stuff on the menu that you can order because it's Lent.
I just walked in the door.
I haven't done
I walked in the door. I've been attacked twice in 45 seconds.
You're my favorite. You're my favorite. Okay, so are we going to be the last ones? Here's the question for you. We can ruminate on this because every once in a while it's just fun to because I like to think it triggers him a little bit when we start talking about COVID-19 and everywhere else, seemingly around the United States and countries around the globe have said, yeah, COVID's over. We're seeing the numbers of infections going down at a crazy rate, and we got the vaccine. Everybody's vaccinated or boosted one way or the other, and we're not seeing as many fatalities. The hospitals are doing all right, and now we are down to just a couple of places where they have not yet seen the light of the mask mandates. There is Hawaii and Guam.
That's it?
That's pretty much it, yeah.
Around the world, that's it?
We
are it?
CDC came out with those new guidelines that said that they say about 70% of the population can get rid of their masks, never wear them again. We don't need it. Yeah, you're not unless you got those comorbidities, certain age group, that kind of thing, or live in an area where the numbers have not necessarily crossed some weird XY tangent.
My wife said that she told me yesterday that New York has now joined the free zone.
Can you imagine? It's easier because it killed all those people initially, but I don't disagree. We're starting to see that all over the place. Mask mandates are falling down everywhere, and even looking at our numbers, and we did this yesterday. Took a quick look at the downward trajectory of positive cases that we've got here, and even hospitalization. There's 34 people in the hospital right now. Only one on a ventilator, and just a couple between us and GMH and GRMC that are even in the ICU. I think everybody else is just in there, trying to get rid of the body aches and the headaches and the scratchy throat that comes along with COVID-19. As was the case with me, as was the case of just about everybody I know. 7:25. Today, Jerry Roberts has got the extra point. I'm not going to give him any gas anymore. It's time to bring in and dignify this extra point. Brought to you by.
Did you say that?
I said dignified.
Dignified.
I will use.
Hang on a second.
I'll use dignified voice.
Let me adjust my collar a little bit. I just want to make sure that.
Well, it's either that or did you want to talk about quarantine food in Japan?
Intro?
Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
If you've been in your current position for a fair amount of time, it's probable that you know what is expected of you. And my question for you is, was that always the case? Did you always know what was expected of you? We'll talk about something called the expectations gap next on the Extra Point.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
An easily overlooked part of covering our home is what's inside of it. Over time, we buy things we don't want to lose, but don't update our contents coverage. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
For the first 10 years of my training career, I handed out a survey before every workshop I conducted. It was a number of questions that dealt with job satisfaction. One of the questions was, do you know what is expected of you at work? And that's not a trick question. When you hired on with an employer, you might have answered an ad that listed the basic job functions that probably came directly from the published job description. So you pretty much knew what you'd be doing. There are a couple of issues in this. One, not everybody gets a clear picture of what a job entails. Sometimes the job description isn't a completely accurate representation of the actual job. Maybe the position has evolved and the duties are now different. Back to the survey. If I recall correctly, about a third of the respondents indicated that they were not completely sure what was expected of them. Now, I'm not suggesting that employers tell outright lies to job applicants. Jobs change at times, but job descriptions don't always change with them. This is detail work for the HR folks, not rocket science. Here's what you do. Once a year, send the job descriptions to the managers who supervise the people who do those jobs. Either they make the needed corrections or they hand the descriptions off to the people who actually do the work and they check them for accuracy. Expectations also relate to performance, and the expectations gap comes down to this. See if you can identify it all with what I'm going to do now. So here's what I thought I was going to get from you, and here's what you did. The actual gap being the difference between the two. If you were totally aware of the expectations and you didn't meet them, you might expect there will be some explaining to do. However, what if the expectations were vague? This is when your boss comes in and says, "We need big things from you this year, Gibson." And you say, "You got it, boss." It sounds exciting, but does your definition of big match your manager's definition? You're the manager, and you demand that all attendees of the mandatory weekly staff meeting be in the conference room by 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock sharp. Now, some people have kids to drop off at school, and that can be a hard thing to do, depending on the timing and the lines and all that. But they find a way to get there on time. Unfortunately, you haven't actually started the meeting at 8 o'clock for years. It's usually 8:15, sometimes 8:30. Your team expected one thing, and they got another, a gap. Here's your issue. Every CEO, every manager, every team leader, every spouse, every parent, every elected official, every authority figure chooses what can go into these gaps. Every time you excuse someone from meeting agreed-upon expectations, that is a gap. Every time you give yourself a pass when you fall short of what you've promised, that's a gap. This matters because what you allow into those gaps will determine the culture of your team, your organization, your household, and maybe your relationship with the voting public. The gap between what we promise and what we deliver has an effect on how much people trust us. A gap is a choice. Maybe there's a good reason the first time, but what about the third time, the fifth, the seventh, and so on? If we build a culture filled with gaps, whether at work or at home, the gap eventually will become the new expectation. What we say we are, what we really are, what we say we stand for, what we always fall for. Our course, Professionalism 101, has the tagline, "What you put up with, you end up with." Is it time to have a discussion about expectations where you work? Is what you say you are what you really are? That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
It's that temporary permanent thing where there's a fix and you put a Band-Aid on it and you go, "I'm going to get to that. I'm going to fix it." And eventually that becomes permanent and something that never gets the attention that needs to get done around there. So it's one of those things. So you start identifying those gaps, look for ways to close them, find somebody to help you look for ways to close them. 7:32 in the morning, 2 times Jerry Roberts. That's the one on the radio. And a little bit later on, grab your copy of today's Guam Daily Post and check out The Work Zone. It's 7:32 and time for our first look at, another look at big news and headlines. At this time being brought to you by my friends over at Burger King. They are celebrating tomorrow month. Whopper Wednesday is back effective tomorrow. You say, I love the Whopper. You know what happens to you after that. 487-5657 is the telephone number for top-end pest control. Ken and Karen want to vamoose all of the varmints in your house. One-legged, two-legged, multi-legged. They've got a spray or some kind of dust they can put on something that will take care of it. 7:30 News also brought to you by Auntie Lolita Cammett, now with Half a Day Realty. Call Lolita Cammett at 688-6740. Principal broker Joe D. Duenas now with news and headlines. Here's Mata.
The Department of Education will be meeting with the legislature today. It's seeking to get that waiver for its 180-day requirement. They're also looking to get the service learning requirement waived. That meeting will take place at 10 o'clock this morning. Meanwhile, the Contractors Licensing Board, they're going to meet for the first time since the controversy surfaced over the former CLB Executive Director, Buddy Orsini. Orsini alleged to have been involved in some fraud and misconduct that was put out there by the OPA. Orsini allowed to resign amidst those claims. The issue stemming from a selection of a baggage handling system vendor at the airport. That meeting is expected to take place today, and the board is expected to rescind some of the actions taken by Orsini prior to his departure. From the JIC, there were 6 COVID-related fatalities reported in bringing us to 328 total. There were also 462 new COVID cases that were confirmed from all of the weekend tests that were conducted, including yesterday's. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Celebrity birthdays besides Joe Cameron. You ready?
Here we go.
All right, here it is. Got musicians you'll recognize. Harry Belafonte, 95 years old. We know that Deo Deo song, but he also does the song that had Winona Ryder floating up in Beetlejuice. Do you remember that? Jump on the line, jump. I think that's Harry Belafonte as well. Roger Daltrey from The Who is turning 78 years old today. Did you sleep in a tree? You sound like a owl. Roger Daltrey, 78 years old. Ron Howard, Opie from the Andy Griffith Show. And then Ronnie Cunningham on Happy Days.
Nice.
Right?
Ginger.
And then...
and then he became a porn producer, I think.
No, it wasn't porn.
No, he's Christian movies.
Is it Christian movies now? Is he doing Christian movies?
I don't know.
Oh, my God.
Thanks, dear. Catherine Bach, formerly the sexiest woman alive. Daisy Duke from the Dukes of Hazzard. Hello.
Nice.
Those shorts are back.
Yeah.
Those shorts, well, they were back. I like it when the Koreans wear them. That's really nice. That's girls. I like it when the Korean girls wear them Daisy Dukes. Are we still mad about the Dukes of Hazzard for having the Confederate flag on the roof?
I'm not mad.
Yeah,
I've never been mad about it.
Well, there was, oddly, they took it off, and oddly, there's still not world peace. Change the cover of Uncle Ben's Rice and Aunt Jemima and all that stuff, and there's still not world peace anywhere. People are just unsatisfied and can't be made happy. And this one here, my daughter, was 17 years old, will be thrilled with delight and probably already has a playlist put together to celebrate Justin Bieber's 28th birthday.
Well, really?
Justin Bieber is almost 30 years old.
He'll always be 6 to me.
Baby. Oh,
yeah.
It's not your imaginations, moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas.
He's not allowed to ever grow up.
He's really on every song on the radio. He's really on every song on the radio. I mean, you got radio stations that play all of the old stuff and then all of the new Justin Bieber stuff. And you listen in the background, you go, hey, who's that guy singing along with the rapper? It's Justin Bieber. You don't even need to think about it. Justin Bieber is on every
Hannah
song.
Montana. He's the male version of Hannah Montana. He's not allowed to grow up.
I got that feeling. Although he's super tattoo.
That's okay.
It's all right. That's going to be cool.
Hannah Montana.
I guess so. Things to celebrate today: Pancake Day, Horse Protection Day, Pig Day, Wedding Planning Day, Plan a Solo Vacation Day.
Pancakes and pigs.
Wow.
Oh my God.
What's Colin doing for Ray Ray today?
No. Ray Ray is going to live a long and healthy life.
Bacon and pancakes.
Ray will die of old age. Nobody is going to be eating that pig anytime soon. I mean, I think they're decorating the pig now. I think they've got a special like pig dye and things like that. I think they're taking it out for tats.
A little
bit later on. 7:37 in the morning. Now, earlier I was threatening Jerry Roberts with Japanese quarantine food. And while Jerry's doing the extra point, I'm scrolling through all of my pictures from the last couple of years, desperately looking for what Guam quarantine food looked like. Do you remember those pictures that we were seeing of here's a piece of cold rice and something that looks like salad and
Oh yeah, I remember.
a protein of some kind. And maybe, oh golly, there's guys here that did the full 14 days, including our sister. And there were meals that just they said, okay, come up, this is just inedible. You know, just unedible. We wouldn't eat it. There was always a dessert or something that was okay, or fruits when they came in, and that was all right. A friend of mine just left from here. Back to Tokyo. Now, if you're flying to Tokyo, guys, you are going to get, if you're returning national like she is, you're going to get you're going to have to quarantine for a few days. I want to say 3 days in Tokyo. If it's elsewhere, then there's another quarantine hotel, but it's going to be 7 days. Don't ask me why it's COVID in Japan. But the high side is, this is Japan, baby. They don't give you the suck food. This is like good train obento. This is like bullet train obento that they're serving, and you get like 4 of these meals every day. There's an announcement that is made over the hotel PA that says, "Please open your door." There's a chair outside your door where all of this food there and water is available for you. No, there's nobody there bowing. They've already put the food out there, so there's no contact with any other humans. Yeah, I know. I probably should have flipped this thing over so you can see it right, but there's karaage chicken in there, looks like a little bit of egg. We've got some rice with the black the seeds on it.
Oh yeah, is that tomago? Is that what they call that?
The egg, yeah, and then there's that plum thing that's super
I
sour.
always throw that out, man.
No. I'll teach you what to do with
I
it. You know
never
what you do
tried
with
it.
that? You know what you do with that?
What is that?
You put it in soju.
Oh.
Or martini or martini.
Yeah, soju martini.
No, that was a big deal. Apparently, at one time, that was like the big fad drink in all of the bar. I said fad. The big fad drink in
so
all
you just
of
take the whole package of those things,
Yeah.
the plums, and you stick them
balls.
all in the soju.
Yeah.
Let it soak up for a little bit.
Yep, that's
yeah.
exactly right. Here's another version of the. Maybe this is the one with the breakfast because it's got this little slab of an egg in there and all kinds of other breakfasty looking things. Look at the fruit cup.
So cute.
Look at the menagerie of fruit is so good. And people that were stuck in the quarantine are going, how come we didn't get food like that? Like I said, this is the one that they give you in Japan. That looks like some kind of fish in there, and then we've got another one with fried shrimp on the
soba.
Yeah, soba. I don't like cold soba.
Yeah,
May I just say? And for some people, you're going, wow, it's amazing. Look at what they're doing with the food in the quarantine hotels in Japan. Do you remember the trail mix that we got when we were there? And they claimed to tell us, oh no, there's $200 worth of food. Oh yeah, right. 7:40 in the morning. Let's audit that, BJ. 7:40 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. I'll be right back.
My family and I trust the FHP Health Center because of our connection with the healthcare providers. The services are mostly under one roof, enabling a one-stop for all of my family's medical, urgent care, imaging, dental, vision, laboratory, and pharmacy needs. My family and I trust FHP Health Center. You can too. FHP accepts most insurance plans, TRICARE, Medicare, Medicaid, and self-pay patients. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1, or takecareasia.com. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Subway keeps the Eat Fresh Refresh subs rolling in with a fresh take on timeless classics. Try the honey mustard rotisserie style chicken. It's the new Subway rotisserie style chicken with a flavor upgrade, mizzled with honey mustard on hearty multigrain bread and topped with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Craving some heat? The Baja Turkey Avocado hits all the hot notes. Oven roasted turkey stacked high on hearty multigrain speared with smashed avocado and drizzled with the piquant chipotle sauce. Tuck into new subs to savor at Subway. Eat fresh.
7:41 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, portions of which brought to you by the guys over at Nissan Guam. Are you looking for a used car? They've got used cars. Tell you what, they go through them pretty quick because there's all kinds of people going, hey, I heard that ad that Ray did for the new Rogue and the Rogue Sport and the Frontier, so I got a car in trade to take in there. So they take the car, do the appraisal, fix everything up, stick it on the used car lot, and usually the next day somebody will come in and buy it. Isn't that a weird feeling when you're driving around and you see your old car? And hey, I know that right. Hey, don't put the cigarette lighter all the way in. No, it won't come out. But, what an incredible feeling that is. Get that feeling and get what you've got in your garage. Doesn't need to be a Nissan. They'll take all makes and models of it. And like I said, 32-point inspection. So for those of you that are buying a used, pre-loved car, you can get them, and usually at great rates. So once the appraisal's done, like I said, they got to change the tires, bam, new tires. They got to change the belts and the fluids, bam, new belts and fluids. And then they take a look at Blue Book, and they start subtracting. Up to $14,000, I've heard, on some of the used cars. I believe the inventory is available on NissanGuam.com, but it's always worth a trip. You take a look at the used cars, maybe stick your head in the showroom and see the shiny new stuff at Nissan today. I think I'm going to put something up on the screen here. What it is, it's a TikTok video, and I'll read it to you for those of you that cannot see it up on your YouTube screens and the Facebook screens. Russian soldiers temporarily left their MTLB amphibious armored vehicle on a dirt road. Local villagers saw it, hooked it up to their truck, and towed it away. The Russians tried to chase them down, but failed. And here's the video of them doing exactly that. Look at the guy run after he's got it. The tractor has got your amphibious missile launching device there, bro. Guess who's going to be guarding the Western Front here before too much longer. 7:43 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-888-TALK. All right, now I heard the music for the traffic. Let me get some of that up on the screen at this time. Oh, it's ugly in the north end of town. Aren't you glad you're retired, some of you? Gigo traffic still slowing down up around Anderson Air Force Base. In the village, you're going to see some traffic. And then Waisang Song and the old Wistig Road area looks like it is congesting up well this morning. And we got a little bit of traffic on Route 3 trying to get to Marine Corps Drive. Once you do, looks like things are clear all the way past the Micronesia Mall till you get into the Upper Tumon area. If you're moving in the other direction on Route 16, expect some intersection traffic. These days, it's been pretty hectic over at 8, 10, and 16, and it looks like it's doing that again today. 10 and 15, busy. We've got some traffic up on Route 4 in Sinahanya and Ordot slowing things down. The usual Agania intersection traffic that you are going to be finding today. And then there's Big Navy and Sumai. Not as bad as this time yesterday, but it's going to get there. At 7:44, that's what I call right now traffic. This is The Point.
Hafide, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park. Oh, are we sharing our adventures as free people? On the YouTube side, it is. If you're wondering what I mean when I say YouTube and Facebook or whatever, we stream the audio and the video all over the place. We got a video feed going to the website, which is thepoint.gu, because it's Guam radio station and a Guam website. So that's the way that's going to work. And then we stream the programs, the live programs, this program and Tall Tales in the Afternoon to Facebook Live and YouTube Live as well. Now, one of the things that's irking some of the guys on the Facebook side, I'm fond of saying, whatever you're watching or listening on, hit the share button so, everybody knows that this is your spot in the morning. But apparently we're having issues. Somebody is preventing sharing of our feed here this morning on Facebook. It's like you cannot share it to groups. You can't share it inside of a page or anything like that.
Wow.
Everybody that's tried it so far has been unable to do that, and I don't know what's going on.
Copy the URL and then just paste it onto the.
Maybe that'll work. But I mean, that's why they've got a little button that you press that will automatically do the share. 7:47 in the morning, and conversation here going on. Says here, Patricia says, went to CPK Sunday, didn't wear my mask, and was just fine. The best first day back to dine in. Right on. I like that. Let me see. Good morning. Thank you, Ray, for saying all you said about Bergen last night. I'm not calling in. You've made me feel better. I've had time to calm down. LOL. Thanks. It's okay, Maria. I get you. And you're still welcome to call in. And she had her dunder up. She was texting me last night going, I can't believe this thing that I'm hearing. All this nonsense. You are not the victim. You are the vector. And you got Berg going, oh, golly, you've taken that out of context. That's no way. There's no way that was a derogatory statement aimed at unvaccinated people that wouldn't wear their mask and wash their hands and stand on those yellow stickers on the ground that say 6 feet on them, huh? There's no way that's what she meant by that. You guys are just too sensitive. And that whole, pandemic of the unvaccinated, come on. How is that dividing our community? And I think anybody that was watching that part of the program last night was, as I was, holding up my hands at the television like the ref made a bad call. Like, what? Are you not seeing this? How is it? You're the guy in charge of the physicians advisory group. Well, the good news is, I think he was able to admit, not necessarily for him, but for guys that were in that position before, that we probably could have done a better job of communicating. And the answer is yes. You could have done a better. You can still do a better job of communicating. And even the conversation about how we'll get past all of these restrictions and mandates that are still on top of us now. And I guess the way he put it was, well, we're going to do something. We'll make a change here and then wait a couple of weeks and see what happens. And if nothing happens, then we'll make another change and wait another couple of weeks and see what happens. And at this rate, we ought to be out from under the public health emergency sometime, I don't know, 2026, 2000. Maybe by the time my daughter graduates from college, we'll be out of the COVID-19 restrictions and mandates, because we're going to be taking very safe and practical and measured steps before we start. And I'm looking at the news here. There's only 2 other places and one other place in the country that's doing that, and that's Hawaii. Everybody else is pretty much gone, COVID-19 over. Everybody back to work, back to the office, do whatever. 7:49 in the morning. And now the hostess with the mostest from last night's program. It's Cousin Troy from Candid News. Buenos Zen Hafade.
And good morning, my most favoriteest, most beautifulest cousin in the wide world.
Good morning, my favoriteest, the most beautifulest cousin in the whole wide world. And Ray and Joe.
Hey!
And
hey, Avocos! And
Thunderdome.
Good talking. Well, I don't know. Can I just say it was? We're buds. I can talk honestly with you. But I tell you what, I was a little annoyed that you got Shelley representing the actual party, and that was what it was supposed to be. Was the parties in a conversation. So she was there repping the party. A little bit of a backup with Russian contractor Mr. G, who I thought did an outstanding job yesterday. But wow, there were 3 people against those 2 that had never met. I mean, you got Chirag and you got Logan, and sitting down in front of the camera was Nate Berg, who is not a representative of the party. That was just a weird kind of gathering, if you will. What happened there, cuz?
So I asked each party to send a representative to talk about this, and the Democrats sent Dr. Nate Berg, and on yesterday morning I sent 14 questions to both parties. I said, these are the questions that we're going to be asking.
Yeah.
Deviate from this, except for maybe follow-ups. And I guess that's when the Democrats decided that they were going to zoom in Chirag and Logan from the governor's office. And I know Shelley wanted...
well, how come there were 2? I mean... I don't know. It's like it felt as though there was a balance issue, I think.
Oh, well, Shelley did wonderful.
Yeah.
I think, to be honest, I thought the both representatives did a good job talking about their their party stances, and they were both. It almost seemed like they were both apprehensive about campaigning for a gubernatorial candidate at the end, and I thought that was kind of, that was interesting.
Well, the Logan and Chirag were more than happy to do campaigning for Lou and Josh. That was very clear, and their logo, in my mind, should have said Lou's Democratic Party.
Yeah, it was pretty clear that that they were the political ones, and that the people that we had on the stage, ironically, were not really the political ones.
To the degree that there is much that the parties can say about it, but an interesting format. I got to say, I didn't think I was going to be able to hang for the entire 2 hours and 20 minutes. I thought that was a long time for a conversation format that you did yesterday. But good work and good for you. Except that long break where you had to take a pee.
Yeah. I did it was necessary.
And I'm going, wow, there's a lot of promos we're running here. Look like the other TV stations. 752 and change. Are you going to do some more like that? Will there be others?
Yeah, I want to move away from the COVID-19 subject. Now, I mean, it just didn't really seem like there were too many differences there, and focus on where there were differences, and that was on tax and economic policy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there seems to be some big differences there. And I thought, maybe we can get the candidates on to talk about that.
I'll tell you why there seems to be some big differences, because it doesn't feel like the bounty of all of the federal largesse that we have and all of the additional money that the governor is collecting these days over and above their expectations and projections. That doesn't seem to be being shared as far and wide as we'd like to see. As I'm waiting for more than just programma and salapi, and frankly, I'm tired of things that are coming through that are means tested. I have been just as affected by COVID-19, the price of the inflated price of gasoline and food at the grocery stores as everybody else. I don't understand why everything is means tested.
Well, and so one of the things I was most disappointed in, I wish I could participate in the conversation last night.
I wish you could participate in the conversation as well.
Because I wanted to jump through the screen at Logan when he was talking about why they won't reduce the GRT and what that's going to do for the government of Guam, and I mean they were just hell bent on keeping the GRT as it is, and I just I wanted to call out the fallacies and those fiscal arguments and those economic arguments and.
Okay, well it's my show now. Go ahead.
They were talking about needing the GRT. In order to balance the budget of the government of Guam. And, Shelley hit on something, and she said, it's time for the administration to look at ways of making the government of Guam more efficient. Well, I mean, I don't think that we can escape the conversation about cutting down the government of Guam in a time like this, because the federal money is going to run out. What's been, our fiscal crutch is not going to be there anymore. We're spending local dollars as though local revenues are flowing in. Those taxes that normally would come from spending that would be coming in through tourism. And the gravy train is going to end at some point, and how are we going to deal with that? I mean, I don't...
Well, because tourism's not coming back right away, and I'm glad that you asked a question that was based on that. We're going to be past COVID-19, but there's going to be a big slip between the end of COVID-19 and all of the federal money that comes in, and the beginning of tourists being able to come back, and even half of the kind of numbers that we saw before COVID. So, how are we gonna feed all of our families out here in this island?
Exactly, and then the. When Logan was talking about, well, maybe it was Chirag actually, one of them was talking about, when if we reduce the DPT by 1 point or 2 points, that he says that 1 penny, and I hate that argument about the 1 penny because it's more than 1 penny. Well, he says that 1 penny is not going to be reduced by the businesses, and it's just the businesses that are going to get rich. And,
but the businesses didn't ask for an increase in a business privilege tax. We went kicking and screaming through that, and I said at the time, I made that prediction that they're not going to want to talk about withdrawing an increase in the business privilege tax because it's not going to make the prices go down. Well, of course it's not going to make the prices go down because you had a minimum wage hike in there. We had to buy new kinds of bags to hand out to customers or to sell to customers. The cost of electricity has gone up. The cost of water has gone up. The cost of fuel to get from the warehouse to the stores has gone up. There's no way in hell that the prices are going to go back to what it was before we were at a 5% BPT. They knew it then. They know it now. That's disingenuous as hell.
But what I wanted to tell Chirag as a business, if I was, a part of that conversation was, but we would hire here at Candid. We would use that money to hire somebody, and that would have a bigger contribution to the economy than anything that the government of Guam is doing to suppress private enterprise.
Which was the whole point of the tax cuts, of the Trump tax cuts, so that businesses would be able to hold on to that money, add personnel where they needed to, invest in their businesses if possible, if that was what they decided that they were going to do. And I tell you what, anymore with the cost of everything going up, if I get a break somewhere, I'm buying more automation equipment because you just can't afford people anymore.
And Chirag did make a very interesting point. And you know what, when a debate comes up between Lilian Guerrero and Felix Camacho, there are some interesting points about their past that can be made. But one of the interesting points that Chirag made was that this was actually a tax hike that originated with the Republican Calvo administration. And I thought, there's a zinger. But, in the same vein, Lilian Guerrero can come back and be like, hey, Guam didn't have the highest taxes when I was governor. That was when Felix Camacho was governor. The BPT was 6%. Remember that, everyone?
But but she let it get higher when the new legislature came in and sorted out all of the challenges with the real property, over $1 million in the improvements on that and raising the taxes there. So she said, well, that wasn't my increase. Well, then veto it. If you don't want it to be your, but she did it. She said, okay, well, the legislature sent this up. This must be a good piece of legislation. So I'm going to sign that. Minute away from 8 o'clock in the morning. I need the explanation. I don't know if we've got enough time to get it in there about the fight in Saipan yesterday. Is Hokog and Manglotnia, are we doing round 2 today? Is it going to come to blood and all of that? I need some background. What happened then, and what's the next step in this? Yeah, right. Tell you what. Let me finish out the hour. Can you give me a ring back after Mona does the news next hour?
Yeah.
Dude, I appreciate that. All right, Cousin Troy from Candid News on the line here. 7:59 and change. Fox News Live is going to be coming up. I want to hit it right there at the top. I get frustrated when I'm not getting new and fresh news on what's happening with Russia and Ukraine and all of the other countries that now have got a little bit of an antenna up and starting to see what's going on there. And the interesting pictures on Twitter of a bunch of people in Taiwan saying Taiwan stands with Ukraine, because I think there are some people out there that think that they could be next. Stand by now. Fox News Live, KUSG. I got you. This is The Point.
What the U.S. won't do to help Ukraine. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The White House drawing a line during today's press briefing. Fox's Jared Halpern is live in Washington.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wants NATO to establish a no-fly zone over his country, a step White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says President Biden is not considering.
The president has been very clear that he is not intending to send U.S. troops to fight a war with Russia.
Psaki says establishing a no-fly zone would essentially risk an open conflict.
And potentially a war with Russia, which is something we are not planning to be a part of.
The U.S. is providing an additional $350 million in military assistance to Ukraine. That equipment is expected to arrive in a couple of days. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. U.S. officials also trying to de-escalate nuclear talk from Russia.
A senior U.S. defense official told us just moments ago that the U.S. and NATO allies are still analyzing and reviewing Putin's announcement that he has put those nuclear weapons on high alert.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon, though the official also says there hasn't been any muscle movement behind it. Russian forces keep attacking multiple Ukrainian cities. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson is in Lviv.
We heard air raid sirens about 30 minutes before curfew in this university town. We're now hearing police cars drive around telling people to get off the streets, to clear the area. No sign of any Russian fighter jets or strategic bombers, no sign of any missiles.
Satellite photos show a convoy of Russian forces miles long getting closer to the capital, Kyiv. The UN says 500,000 Ukrainian refugees have already fled the country. The chief prosecutor for the International Criminal Court says he'll open a probe of possible war crimes in Ukraine. The U.S. expels 12 Russian diplomats, accusing them of spying. Meantime, cyber attacks hitting Ukrainian embassies around the world and Russian media outlets. America is listening to Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Former President Donald Trump will continue the fight over testimony in a civil probe of his business practices. He and his two eldest children filing the paperwork for an appeal, arguing the decision requiring them to answer questions under oath violates their constitutional rights because the answers could be used in a parallel criminal investigation. GoFundMe rolls out a new hub dedicated to humanitarian fundraising for Ukraine.
Fundraisers listed include those for specific families in Ukraine and for the charity Save the Children. Each has been vetted by GoFundMe's Global Trust and Safety team. In a blog post, reps say they'll continue to add verified fundraisers to it as more become available, adding, "We are constantly inspired by the kindness of our community. Together, we can support those impacted by the crisis in Ukraine." Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Russian soccer clubs are now being punished over the invasion.
The governing bodies of world and European soccer, FIFA and UEFA, say they, quote, have today decided together that all Russian teams, whether national representative teams or club teams, shall be suspended from participation in both FIFA and UEFA competitions until further notice. The statement in part also reads, football is fully united here and in full solidarity with all the people affected in Ukraine. Both presidents of FIFA and UEFA hope that the situation in Ukraine will improve significantly and rapidly so that football again can be a vector for unity and peace amongst people.
Fox's Jared Max. Earlier today, the International Olympic Committee said all athletes from Russia and Belarus for its support of the invasion should be excluded from international sports competitions. The clock's ticking for Major League Baseball on the 89th day of the owners' lockout of players. The owners have said tonight's the deadline for a deal to be able to start the regular season on time and with a full schedule. The two sides, though, said to be still far apart on key issues. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Subway keep the Eat Fresh Refresh subs rolling in with the fresh take on timeless classics. Try the honey mustard rotisserie style chicken. It's the new Subway rotisserie style chicken with a flavor upgrade, mizzled with honey mustard on hearty multigrain bread and topped with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Craving some heat? The Baja Turkey Avocado hits all the hot notes. Oven roasted turkey stacked high on hearty multigrain speared with smashed avocado and drizzled with the pecan chipotle sauce. Tuck into new subs to savor at Subway. Eat fresh.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meter. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day. It's 8:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. The Department of Education goes before the legislature in an informational hearing at 10 this morning as they seek to get a waiver for the 180-day requirement for their school days. They're also asking the legislature for a waiver on the service learning requirement. There are a number of other items on the agenda that will be brought up for discussion. That hearing set for 10 o'clock this morning. Meanwhile, this will be the first meeting of the Guam Contractors Licensing Board since the controversy surfaced over the actions taken by the former CLB Executive Director, Buddy Orsini. The board expected to meet today where they're expected to also rescind certain actions of Orsini, which apparently were without the board's approval. Orsini was allowed to resign amidst the claims that he was involved in fraud and misconduct related to a procurement appeal filed against the airport. That issue stems in part from the selection of a baggage handling system vendor at the airport. GMI Edison protested that bid selection, arguing that Menzies Aviation did not have contractors' license, therefore they didn't qualify. However, the OPA dismissed the protest based on his claims of fraud and misconduct. The GMI, as we've reported, disputes those claims and has since filed suit in the court. From the JIC this morning, there were 6 COVID-related fatalities that were reported, bringing our total to 328. Of the 6, 1 was not vaccinated, 2 were fully vaccinated without a booster, and 3 were fully vaccinated with a booster. There were also 462 COVID cases confirmed from tests conducted over the weekend and including yesterday's. Meanwhile, the Mount Carmel Church also announced that it will be closed for the remainder of the week after one of its parishioners tested positive. That means there will also be no masses at the church for Ash Wednesday, which is tomorrow. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Another armed robbery reported, this latest one taking place on Sunday night at the Dream Market in Sinaja. Guam police were called to the store about 7 p.m. when the cashier was held up at knife point. The surveillance video shows the suspect entering the establishment, forcing the cashier to go behind the counter and demanded cash from the till. The suspect was able to get away with an undisclosed amount of money. Fortunately, there were no injuries. Police are now looking for the suspect. He's only described as wearing a white hoodie with a red mask and is described as standing about 5'9" or 5'10". And the Guam Daily Post also reports on an eruption of tempers on the floor of the Saipan Senate, where vulgar outbursts and physical threats were made from one senator to another. It happened during an impeachment trial of the former of the governor, Ralph Torres, where they were discussing the proposed rules. of fight and near brawl taking place between Republican Senator Victor Hokog and Senator Paul McLonia, both from Rhoda. The disagreement over concern over the rules, which are said to be biased and slanted in the governor's favor. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
I'm playing the video right now of the fight. All right, that's not the video of the fight. There's apparently some cha-cha sliding going on over the weekend, and the governor apparently cannot resist the cha-cha
Don't blame
slide.
it on her.
No, I'm not blaming it on her. But
Blame it on the cha-cha-cha.
Take a look at this. I mean, she gets up there. I mean, like, totally. I can't. I'm so good at cha-chas. I don't need a mask. I'm taking off my mask.
Yeah.
Look at me. I got the dance moves down. And watch the part where they turn around. Look at that. And janky on the leg there, and then. That's it. That's it.
There you go.
Got a little bit of hula ame going on there, Gov. Good job. At any
Was
rate,
that the dance that she was doing with Madeline?
that I believe is the same dance. Is it? I don't have the audio up. Is it the cha-cha slide?
I don't know.
You know, there was a time places like the Riverside. You remember that place where?
Yeah, I miss the
you know,
place.
if there was a fight, you know, the DJ puts on cha-cha slide, and that's it. There's no more fight. Everybody's, I'm going to get you in the parking lot later on, bro. But wait, first, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. Now slide. That's how you stop fights in the bars. You play cha-cha slide. Maybe that's how we get through all of this stuff here. Music, we'll embed some secret messages in the cha-cha slide. To the left, lift mandates. To the right, lower restrictions. No, end the public health emergency. Now slide. Baby, slide. I'm not going to do whether I'm going to go back to Cousin Troy, because I did want to get the explains on the big deal up in Saipan yesterday between the two guys from Rhoda and what exactly was going on there. Cousin Troy, welcome back to the show.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I'm just at the end of brushing my teeth. 1 second.
Oh, he's going to spit. There's going to be spitting sounds on the radio. That's the same noise I made when Berg started telling me that I misinterpreted you were a vector, not a victim. What the hell? Get out of here with that. That might be the dumbest thing that I've ever heard, and I can't believe that he thought everybody watching was dumb enough to buy that line of BS.
So you know, I wasn't allowed to participate in the discussion, but I was happy for an explanation because someone actually, you know, came to the governor's defense on it and explained, at least tried to explain what was being said.
Right.
And I thought, all right.
We're just too sensitive. We're apparently just too sensitive. You know, it's not just her. They got to dig out the stuff that came from that other doctor. I think she's over at GRMC now. But the Magnolia woman. And because she was always, you know, real lectury about what's going on with COVID-19 and how people aren't paying attention. And that's why we need to have these restrictions out there. You know, people are smart enough to make their own decisions for themselves. I'm of the opinion that nothing that we've done in 2 years has done anything to save lives, but that's just me. 8:13 in the morning. So we get back up to CNMI and the guys fighting over what they thought were rules that would favor the governor. Am I hearing that right?
Yeah. So this joint committee of the Senate, which is led by a crony of the governor that's in the Senate, from Tinian, his name is Senator Carl King Neighbors. They put together this 38-page set of rules that is just a hodgepodge of stuff. That really is, I mean, it says stuff like the Senate president gets to choose the House prosecutor on the case, that the burden of proof is on the prosecution and the standard of proof is clear and convincing evidence. I mean, just stuff that, you know, the standard is different from the standard that was applied to Governor Futiel. The clear and convincing evidence standard is even higher than what was used against President Trump. There are all these provisions that are. I think that if the Senator Carl King Neighbors, who's already admitted that he's voting against the impeachment, if he decides as the presiding officer or the presiding hearing officer that the articles of impeachment have not met a threshold for, you know, meeting the constitutional provisions of whether it was corruption, neglect of duty, et cetera, that he can just decide on his own to dismiss all of the articles of impeachment with prejudice so that those articles can never come back, at least in this term. I mean, just some crazy stuff. Yeah. There's just some crazy stuff that was put in there. So Senator Paul Magnolia during the
one guy could kill it with by pulling out a wad of paper from his pocket and reading into the record.
According to their proposed rules, yes. And so Senator Paul Magnolia is not allowed to speak during the public comment period. So he goes out to speak as a citizen. And Senate President Jude Hofschneider, who's also from Tinian, he turns the microphone off, and then they have a little bit of an argument. Senator Magnolia is at the doorway, the Senate President's on the dais, and then, you know, Senator Magnolia is saying, you know, this is everything that's happening here. It flies in the face of what's good for the people, et cetera, right? He gets back to his desk and he says, you know, I'm going to take you guys to court. I'm going to take you to court. And then Senator Victor Hopkins from Rhoda, he just bangs his hands on the table. He gets up and he says, take me to court. So it's in Chamorro, right? But the translation is pretty easy.
Well, I thought I heard a couple of curse words that aren't Chamorro. I don't think they're, you know, in the book.
Yeah, there were a couple of big curse words.
But did it actually come to blows? Did anybody get a bloody nose or a black eye or chipped tooth?
It almost one of the officers of the legislature had to stop Senator Holko because he was advancing, he was rushing Senator Magnolia, and then the Sergeant at Arms had to hold back Senator Magnolia. Oh, it was
hold me back,
it was pretty bad.
And then there was a guy, and this is the part, as you know, a guy in the media that ticks me off. There was a guy that was making the Baba sign like don't no filming here, and I'm going, wait a second, yeah, we can film here. This is the people's house.
Well, so the thing is that they had we were carrying the session live when they recessed because of that altercation, or they recessed after they cut Senator Maglonia's mic. And so in the minute to 2 minutes after that recess took hold, and while we were on Candid Live just waiting for the legislature to come back on, that's when all that stuff happened. And then the Senate president had the public gallery cleared. The Senate, he gavelled everything out. And so they're going back into session on Thursday.
All right, so nothing today, nothing tomorrow because it's Ash Wednesday. So Thursday, before there's an opportunity for some fireworks out there.
Yes.
Well, what are you and Johnny and Eric going to be doing then? You got all day today. You got all day tomorrow.
I haven't even thought about it. I was just we got home late from our thing last night, and.
I'll give you something to think about. If you haven't gotten this yet, we've got allegations now of another company at the Guam International Airport that has a contract for whom there is no license on Guam.
Shoot, send it over.
I'll send it over to you. I sent a copy of the information that I have to the OPA yesterday, and he said, yeah, okay, I'll take a look at this. But he says that we might be able to expect here coming soon a full-blown audit of the CLB, the Contractors License Board, who are finally, I guess, going to meet today. Is this they're meeting today, Mana? The CLB?
According to the Post, yes.
Okay, CLB going to meet
see
today.
If they have a quorum.
That's the thing. So they're going to take a look at everything that Orsini has done, and basically nullify it. They're going to
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Delete everything that Orsini did.
Yikes! I mean,
or reaffirm that it's nullified. Reaffirm that there was no.
Some of these projects might already be at work. There might already be things going on.
Well, there's the problem.
Okay, and I'll send you a screen cap that I think you might find amusing. Page 2 of today's Guam Daily Post. We're just talking news stuff now. Just a couple of boys talking newsy stuff. Page 2 today's Guam Daily Post. AG says the Sunshine Act was not violated. Lee Weber had put something out there and told him that they were in violation. The Attorney General's office said, we never received Weber's letter on the matter because he used an inactive email account, a detail that the OAG said it previously advised him about. Quote, Lee Weber sent his FOIA request and follow-up letter to an inactive email address and domain. He was informed that the email address and domain he was using had not been active for a couple of years, and he was provided our current email address and domain. As a result, the OAG has not received his request and therefore has not violated the Freedom of Information Act. Okay, well, that's interesting. So I sent Lee a note on the WhatsApp here this morning asking him, Hafalai, did the email that you sent to the AG's office bounce back? Because if it's an inactive account, will not your email program come back and say that message is undeliverable? And he says, not that I'm aware of. Did they claim they never received it? And then I sent him a copy of that article that I was just reading. So anticipate that there might be some more on that. You get that every once in a while when you do a FOIA? Oh, I'm sorry, it was in our junk folder. Guys, and I know where to go.
I don't know, man.
We must have been excited about that. Eric the Eagle story. No, that's not.
Or perhaps it's an active email account. They just don't check it anymore. Oh, yeah. It's not the one that I use.
You're supposed to get that mailer Damon that shoots back at you.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
So mailer Damon? I always say demon.
I like demon, too. I think it is Damon, but I like saying it demon. Anyway, at 9:20 and 8:20 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888-TALK. What's that? Forbes.com. National vaccine pass has quietly rolled out. Okay. Jerry's sending me a thing that might have some information on other states that are lifting mandates and mask restrictions and things like that. 20 after the hour. Now I can do the weather and take the break. Here it comes. Scattered showers mostly before 4 o'clock this afternoon, so it might still be wet out there. And then we'll expect some partly sunny skies. Highs near 87 degrees. It'll be breezy. East winds up to 23 miles an hour with gusts as high as 28. We'll see those high winds and gusts into the evening as well. Mostly sunny skies return to the forecast tomorrow, which will make the governor dance. Highs near 87 degrees. East-northeast winds 17 to 21 miles an hour with gusts tomorrow about 26. Heat index today 90 degrees. Careful out there. The planet is trying to erase you. There are fire danger ratings that are up there, so careful with cigarette butts and open flames, and please don't burn down the jungle anymore. Rip current risk is up there with all of that wind. It's driving a whole lot of waves into most of the exposures that we've got here on Guam. And men of war. We weren't satisfied with box jellyfish. We've been upgraded to men of war out there, and I think this one here has got even meaner stings that are attached to them. So make sure that you've got something that'll help neutralize the stinging effect. Pee on it. It's 8:21 on the Ray Gibson Show. More on the way.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
It's 8:22 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, and it's still new, so I haven't memorized yet the new commercial for my friends over at Wendy's. Do you still have to turn off the aircon and wear a mask when you go up? Do you?
Yeah, mask, yes.
I don't know.
I don't know about the aircon anymore.
I just kind of had the mask kind of in the facial
Nobody
area.
tells me to turn off my aircon.
Yes, you realize how hot it is today? How about you turn your aircon off? How's that? Wendy's new hot honey chicken biscuit spices up your morning with an all-white meat breakfast chicken fillet drizzled with hot honey sauce and served on a warm, fluffy buttermilk biscuit. Doesn't that sound good? A great way to enjoy something new. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new hot honey chicken biscuit for breakfast only at Wendy's. We got ya.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
All right, now I'm not going to say that there's a lot of people leaving Guam in order to get out from under the lunacy that we've got with this COVID. What? Was that obvious? I try not to emphasize it, but there's a lot of people that are, for all practical matters, going, yeah, I'm not hearing a whole lot of encouraging news about how fast we are going to recover from COVID-19. I mean, it's such a broad topic here. It was even brought up on the Candid Conversation last night between Shelley and Nate Berg and a couple of other guys. I can't remember their names from the governor's office, or I'm sorry, the Democratic Party. But anyway, so you get these guys, and the question was, what are we going to do if the tourism doesn't come back? And people are seriously asking that question, and I think you should. I think it behooves you to be able to ask the questions about how will you be able to recover. Now, for me, it's like thinking about my retirement. I'm okay. I got a job right now. Last time I saw my Social Security numbers, there's enough there to keep me in cigarettes and Slim Jims and Mountain Dew. Or just replace all that other stuff with beer for time to come. And then if I run out of money, well, Mana lives right down the street. And her refrigerator is always full. But for some people, you might not have that kind of safety net, and you start looking around going, all right, bro, I don't know when this is going to get better. And so you're thinking, I got to go to an airplane and declare Chapter 777 and go find someplace that's doing it right. Now, one of the things that you don't want to do is go someplace that is as expensive or more than Guam. I'll give you an example. Hawaii. Is way more expensive than Guam. There's a research that has been done by the Missouri Economic Research and Information Center, and they take a look at all the states in the union. And God, I wish they'd do one of these things for Guam. And they rank the cost of living. And I don't know that it is going to surprise anybody to see that the state of Hawaii is number one, the most expensive place in terms of cost of living anywhere else in the United States. These guys hold the record, 93% more than the average. And we'll take a look at where the average is. Most expensive category, come on. It's the same for Guam. Most expensive category,
housing.
Absolutely right.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely right. Least expensive category is healthcare. The median household income there is $83,102, and you need that kind of money to be able to just make it, just to scrape by. If you're living in the great state of Hawaii.
Now the citizens, the residents of Hawaii, are telling the rich people, don't move here. You're driving up the cost of our land, and we can't afford to live in our own homeland anymore.
Well, and they've got off-base housing as we do here, so I think they've got that competition in the mix as well for a lot of people that all right, fine, where's the starter condo, and you can't even find those anymore. The Hawaii at number one, New York is at number two, followed by California, Massachusetts, and Oregon. Surprisingly, Alaska is at number 6, and then you've got a bunch of some of the other flyover states that are kind of interesting. Washington State, where many of us we'll travel to from time to time.
Because there's Chamorros there.
There's Chamorros there.
That's the extended one.
Dude, the Eagle Lodge on the Eagle Lodge on Liberation Day, bro, that's throwing down. I once went hanging out there in San Diego, right? And I remember going to the Senior Citizen Center in San Diego, because they said that's where all the old Chamorros that are hanging out. So I thought, take me down there. And we drive all the way over there and get out the door, and you can walk up to the door, and there's nobody there. I said, what's going on? Where'd everybody go? And they said, hey, sorry, Ihu, they went on a caravan of trucks and buses. They're in Vegas, boy. They went to go and
to the casino.
Went to go and gamble. I said, what, is there no Indian reservation around here they could have gone? Washington's in there. Let me see if there's other states that we can look at that might have one or two Chamorros living there. Florida, do we have Chamorros in Florida besides Bacchus?
Yeah.
Is there a lot? All right, so they picked a good spot there. Number one, because it's a free zone, and number two, their cost of living is only 0.3% greater than 300.3 greater than the national average. So the cost of living there will feel about normal for folks out in Florida. About average for the country is in Minnesota. Amazing Minnesota. Hey, Prince came from Minnesota. But yeah, I know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Wait a second. I've flown into Minnesota in the summer, and it was 13 degrees. I don't know if amazing Minnesota is someplace that I want to spend a lot of time. But if you're going to if you're thinking about moving for financial reasons, might be a lot of good reasons to think about going there. Most expensive things that you're going to find there are healthcare, but housing is the least expensive of the product categories that they've got there where we got higher prices. And then we go down the rest of the list where it is actually, where the cost of living there is actually lower than the national average. All right, I'll read you the list of names. There aren't many. And you just in your head mentally check off. Would I live there? Could I live there? Is that someplace where I want to hang my hat? Is that where I want to put my boots down? Because a lot of these are kind of flyover states. Utah, North Dakota. There's Wisconsin. Oh, definitely yes on this. North Carolina. North Carolina's groovy because they've got in Charlotte, they've got a NASCAR museum.
Oh, okay.
You don't even have to like racing to go, that looks like that's bomb. I want to go hang out in there. And a lot of breweries, a lot of home brew, a lot of craft brew going on there. Then there's Wyoming, Illinois, Nebraska. Let me see, South Carolina, Kentucky, Louisiana. 7% less than the average, and year-round access to crawdads and mosquitoes. Got to be said, but I mean it's down there. You got the French Quarter and pretty Cajun chicks.
It's high crime though, Ray. A lot of crime down there.
You'll just have to become one of the drug lords. You'll have to become one of the ringleaders there. Number 36, Texas. Also, lots of tomorrows there. 7.9% less than the national average on the cost of living. There's Michigan, Ohio, New Mexico, and we know a few people out in New Mexico. Arkansas, Indiana, West Virginia, Iowa, Missouri, Tennessee at number 45. Just a few more. Georgia, which is next to Florida, but a lower cost of living there. High crime, crystal meth, what's the deal?
Yeah.
Good rap acts come out of Georgia? Just saying. Georgia, Oklahoma, Alabama, Kansas. And are you ready? Have I mentioned all the states? What's left? The last state here, lowest cost of living in the country.
Hawaii.
No.
Oh.
MISSISSIPPI.
Yeah, that was great.
Mississippi is the most expensive thing they got going there is health care. And their housing is unbelievably inexpensive, in comparison to the national average. It is 16.7% less than the national average on the cost of living. The question is, and that might actually work out for a lot of people, because that's one of the things I hear from every once in a while.
Yeah, but they get those hurricanes.
In Mississippi?
Don't they?
I don't know. I've never been there. There's a river.
Aren't they
we have a river named Mississippi. Yeah. Oh, Miss. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm a kid from Guam. I only know about states and whatever based on what I've seen in a movie somewhere.
Yeah, and you can't really say Mississippi without spelling it.
I can't say it without spitting, actually. It's got a hard little, you got two peepees in a row. And it's the plosive, as it were. But it's an interesting conversation. As I say, there are a lot of people that might be thinking, maybe I'm just going to move away for a couple of years and come back. Don't sell the land, bro. Don't sell the land, because I don't care whether it's 16% less than the national average on the cost of living. You will never make enough money to buy your land back.
Long lease.
Top metro areas in job growth from the pre-pandemic peak. So what you want to do is you want to take this graph and overlay it over the other graph. So it's places where you can go where the cost of living is low, but the job growth is high. So the top, I don't know, what is this, 5 or 10? Austin, Texas. Big job growth areas. Salt Lake City, Utah again. Dallas, Tampa, Florida, right there at the national average, right around the national average, and they've got jobs and growing numbers of jobs there. Phoenix, Jacksonville, Florida, Raleigh, North Carolina. I see Nashville, Tennessee, and San Antonio, Texas. There's a part of me that wants to ask you the question, what do all of these states and cities have in common? But I think you already know what the answer is going to be. 8:33 in the morning. Montecito Tyron has got that last big look at news and headlines coming up here in just a second.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Online with William Shadowin, who says, I lived in Biloxi, Mississippi. It might be cheap, but I wouldn't live there again. What is there? Wait. Is there a smell? That would be a thing. That would be a thing. I remember I lived in. I remember the first trip that Big Sister Shelley and I took, and we had a longish kind of layover in Hawaii. We might have actually stayed overnight in Hawaii, and I remember going through the area. I think it's called Dillingham, where they had the old. Not the plantation, but the manufacturing plant for Dole pineapple. And we couldn't get the windows rolled up fast enough. It's not there anymore. The whatever it was that they were doing there, they're doing someplace else in the Philippines, Australia, or whatever. It didn't have that same smell the last time I was in town. But you just kind of, there's places where you go, I really would like it there, but there's an aroma, and it's not like Hershey, Pennsylvania, where you drive in and the place smells like chocolate, or Atlanta, Georgia, and everything smells like a Coca-Cola. But yeah, there's something about some of those smells that might be a little bit off-putting, especially to our delicate and sensitive noses that we've got here on Guam. 8:30. Don't say you don't have one. You can smell a marijuana cigarette getting lit from like a mile away, and you can turn your head and bim, triangulate right on it based on the sense of smell from both nostrils. It's coming from that way. It's 8:36 in the morning, and now time for our last look at big news and headlines with Mana Silva Tyron. Mana, what happened?
The JIC report had 462 COVID confirmed cases from the tests that were conducted over the last 3 days. 6 COVID deaths were also added to our list, bringing us to 328. Now, there was a positive case over at the Mount Carmel Church in Agate, so it will be closed for the remainder of the week. It means the cancellation of Ash Wednesday Mass, which is scheduled to take place tomorrow. They do recommend that you go to another church. You might notice some increased activity around the Naval Base Guam as security forces and first responders participating in the Command Assessment Readiness Training. They say it's not in any response to any immediate threat in the area, but it is just an exercise over the next couple of days. It's going to continue all the way through Friday. The Department of Education goes before the legislature this morning in an informational meeting. They're going to discuss a number of issues. In particular, they want the legislature to waive the 180-day requirement so that they don't have to call kids into school for longer days or even extending the school year into the summer. That informational hearing takes place at 10 o'clock this morning. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
It's 8:37 in the morning, and, I don't even think he's in town. But Jimmy Craig Moylan, our proud Republican senator from the 36th and the 35th Guam legislature, continues with the tasks at hand. Savannah sent me a note here. It says, please see letter from Senator Jim Moylan to Governor Leon Guerrero. Dear Governor Leon Guerrero, as more state governors start lifting their mask mandates, I would like to inquire, what is the plan of your administration when it comes to Guam's mask mandate? As an individual, I have no issues with continuing to wear a mask. However, as a senator, I'm speaking on behalf of a constituency which seeks responses, or at least some transparent communication. I'm certain that your advisory group is monitoring the action of other states, and we all we ask is for some answers. I've had discussions with several business owners as well as individuals who manage private facilities, and some have indicated that even if the mask mandate is lifted, they will continue to require it within their establishments. Jimmy, give me a list. I'm not going to any of those places. This is their prerogative and the route this government needs to pursue, where we provide entities and individuals the ability to make such decisions. I agree that this is not an easy decision for any elected official to make, but I do hope it is one that will warrant careful review. I appreciate your decision to end the requirements to show evidence of vaccination when entering eating and drinking establishments. This is a great step indeed. We also have seen a video circulating from an event over the weekend in which actively shows a group dancing performance in which you participated in and elected not to wear a mask. Jimmy's calling her out. Jimmy is calling her out. Stand by one. Boy. I've been playing this video all morning, and I did not realize that there was a possibility that it could turn into an excuse for Jimmy Craig Moylan to write a letter to Leon Guerrero. Says, I've seen a video circulating from an event over the weekend which actively shows a group dancing performance in which you participated in and elected not to wear a mask. Once again, this is a choice you made, and it is respected. And we simply ask that you allow island residents to make a similar decision. Thank you very much for your time, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so what is the gaslight answer that we're going to get from the Physicians Advisory Group?
We're sorry.
You didn't see anything.
The email is no longer active.
That's
invisible. It was an invisible mask.
What are they going to say? No, it's especially they make them for dancers. You might not see it. It's something that we're trying out here. We're kind of in a beta test group on Guam, an invisible mask so that you can see underneath somebody's face. So Jimmy Craig calling out Governor Lulian Guerrero for the cha-cha slide. There she is. She's going at it. She's wearing a hole in that part of the floor. Now, somebody's going to say, well, they were social distance. Well, cha-cha slide, right? You can't be like right next to on everybody's shoulder. So that's what they're going to say. We washed our hands and we're socially distanced. So we got 2 out of the 3, and that's all you need. That's all you need in order to be completely safe. 8:41 in the morning. I don't know. I appreciate the effort, Jim, but they've already made a couple of big changes. One of them was saying Ray Gibson can eat inside again, and to the degree that I know places and I know people, and I was able to, from time to time, fetch a beer inside. Fetch a sandwich inside. It was always done with the knowledge that at any moment, a member of the Gestapo, Gestapo, the Department of Public Harassment and Secret Service, any one of those guys could have walked in at any moment and taken a look at the contact tracing form in the front, saw where I put Jeff Cook, and said, wait a second, that guy's not Jeff Cook. That's Ray Gibson. Yeah. Ray Gibson's not vaccinated. Did we not check? Was it what is this with the lax enforcement of the rules and regulations? Violation for you.
Shut it down.
Gibson, come here. Huh? At any time that could have happened. But the governor lifted that restriction finally on Saturday morning at 6 o'clock. They don't serve the kind of burgers I like with beer at 6 o'clock in the morning. I could get it if I wanted to. But so it wasn't until last night, because Saturday I had stuff to do. Sunday I did go to Carabao to get a sando, but I still felt like eating outside because it was a beautiful day. And then last night came, and I was talking about this because, like I said, I get these flashes every once in a while of, oh yeah, I remember I used to like going to that restaurant, and I was telling you yesterday about to get a poke fry up in Mighty. Literally 3 minutes away from my house. And I remembered that they one of the items on their menu, I can't get enough of. I love the taco. What? No, I know what you're saying. They've got a what do they call it? A shrimp patty burger.
Yeah. You used to rave
only
about that one.
Only on Tuesdays,
but
I ate there yesterday. No, crab. It was a crab thing. But tomorrow for Lent. But wait a second. I think they only have that on Tuesdays for lunch, and if there's any left over for dinner. But anyway, so Poke Fry was the place, and it was nice because I walked into Poke Fry, saw a couple of familiar faces, and noticed that there was nowhere for me to write my name. There was nobody standing at the door with a hand sanitizer, spraying my hands down. And it was a beautiful, beautiful feeling, being able to walk into a restaurant with dirty hands. It was so good. Of course, I had hand sanitizer at the table. I'm not a savage. But there was that. I sat down at the table inside and ordered my fish tacos. And as the world turns and I'm crunching over my my fish taco, I hear the guys, bunch of military kids, welcome to Guam. Thanks for bringing the B-52s. They might not be B-52 guys, but, they all look the same. They're kids across the way, and they were talking about, oh, my God, the pork that they've got there, the pork belly over at Poke Fry. And I'm looking at the first half of a taco. That means I've got 2.5 to finish before I'm going. And I'm thinking, oh my God, could I do this? Could I get fish taco and then chase it with pork belly taco over at the place? Could I engage in something like that? And it was nice. I like to eat at the bar area. Some of you don't know there's a bar area, and if you don't, then forget I said it. Because it's almost like a private area, so that was nice to be in there and sit down and eat a taco and have a beer without having to worry about anybody coming. It was almost as though the life that I led not 5 months ago was finally given back to me. To which I say, I want more. I know you're waiting for me to say thanks, Lou. No, I want more. I want more. Whatever restrictions there are, and I can't tell you which executive order or public health guidance memo it's in, but whichever is the one that says that I can't 5K with my friends every Saturday And don't restrict the number of people either. I mean, it's an outdoor event. It might be among the healthiest things that people can do. For heaven's sakes, it's cardio. I want to be able to leave the front door over at the where is that, the Chamorro Village. And can we get Chamorro Village cranking again? Is that what is stopping us from doing Wednesday night market over at Chamorro Village? Is there a particular reason for that? It's mostly it's outdoors. Everything is outside over at Chamorro Village. So I don't understand why we couldn't do something along those lines, right? So let's start working on that again, right? Even if we're doing the cha-cha and the second denanya, this still, same as what you were doing at the other place, maybe even healthier because there's a nice breezeway through there. No, I'm just saying, if we want more. I'm with the Guam Freedom Coalition on this one for sure. I'm not going to thank you for giving back something that I don't believe you ever had the authority to take. Your lawyers might have seen it that way, but I don't know. Maybe another read of something we call the Constitution. 8:46 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Coming up, because I know you're all dying to know what it is that is ahead of us on the program. Coming up today is going to be, you remember a couple of weeks ago we were talking with Ronnie about pickleball? And everybody's like, wow, pickleball. And it's been on the back pages of the newspapers a couple of times since then. So there seems to be a lot of traction now since we've had that interview for people that would like to engage in another healthy outdoor activity called pickleball. I know, it's a crazy name. Crazy. It sounds like, doesn't that sound like something you would go see Akimoto for?
Yeah.
What's the matter? Doc. Sorry, Doc.
Sour dog.
Yeah, I got pickleball. What can I say? You okay there, Joe? Okay, good. Now, Ronnie's never going to talk to me again. But and then a couple of days later, we had the badminton people come into the studio, and that was fun to talk about. Kind of a off the beaten path exercise kind of sport that we've got out there. All you need is There's some more fun words that I can play with on the badminton, but I'm going to leave that to your fertile imagination. So I was approached. Almost immediately following that by a couple of people that said, hey, you did the interview for badminton. You did the interview for pickleball. When are you going to do the interview for cornhole? Today at 9 o'clock, we will do the interview for cornhole. It just sounds like one of those things. Now, it's not like cornhole is new. And in fact, if you want cornhole goodies, you can make them yourself. You can go online and find all kinds of plans and the dimensions and drawings to make your own, quote, regulation cornhole playing surfaces.
How big is the hole, do you think, Ray?
Size of corn.
Okay.
It's a cornhole. I know, one of Mr. Wistig's big corns. That's how big it is. I don't know. I've looked it up. I've seen the plans. I've looked it up, but I've never actually done anything with it because I'm no good with wood tools. But Mark Mendiola, like I said, he taught his kids how to make those. At any rate, and a story that goes along with this, a couple of years ago, pre-COVID, we had, as every radio station on the planet does, we had a Cinco de Mayo thing down at
Jimmy
D's.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm getting a text from a hot chick. And no. It says, right? Me too.
Yes.
You just kind of wonder where that can go. Maybe it's a Wordle conversation. You don't know, but, we got two bachelors on the microphone. Anything could happen. Anyway, so we're at Jimmy D's. It's Cinco de Mayo, and we put together a bunch of different competitions. Volleyball over here. We had a bunch of guys, doing tequila shots on another side and trying out new and different beers and all this. It was kind of a really great get-together. And we went on the air and promoted the fact that there would be cornhole there. And so we had a couple of cornhole playing areas all set up. And here come guys. Now, when I was a young bantam bowler at Royal Lanes back in the day, you'd see these guys come in and they've got these massive, come in on rollers, right, with bowling balls in them. Like one bowling ball is not enough at their level of play. And we had these guys come in. They had their own cornhole goodies. They had their own cornhole little things, the flechettes that you throw out there. They had, I swear to God it's true, they had team shirts. They had their own logo imprint, and it wasn't like cheap. We went and got our logo and stuff put on like old cheap Hanes shirts. These guys, they were what do they call them? Technical shirts, right? The quick dries and things like that. They had their own setup, and so I know that there are cornhole people out there in the world that take this very, very seriously. Now the only thing that we're lacking here is, I suppose, an opportunity to take cornhole to the Olympics. I think it's time. I think it's time.
Is it not in the Olympics? Is it?
These guys would have been there. They were that good.
Yeah.
They were that good. And so every once in a while, I'll see these guys out there doing corn. I don't understand how the game is played, how the game is scored, any of that stuff. The roots, the origin of the game, I think are going to be interesting to find out. Just how much redneck blood do you have to have in order to be proficient. I know, and they're listening on their way in. They're going, "What do you mean? What, redneck? What do you mean? Just do I need to be a son of the Confederacy? I am. I'm just asking, do I need to be one of those things? Do I have to have some kind of a letter that showed that John Daniel Underwood was in the Virginia Army back in the day and was repatriated back to the United States after a certain amount of time in a Civil War prison? True story. True story, guys. I'll see what I can find out, because it just feels like it's. Remember I was talking about North Carolina and NASCAR?
Yeah.
All the same. 888-825-5888-TALK. And now you're going, okay. But that's the 9 o'clock hour, Ray. We have not hit small talk portion of the show yet. Fine. So are you going to vaccinate your kids? Are you going to let your kids vaccinate your grandkids? Have we had that conversation, that debate that's out there? What is where are we start now? 5? Is that the going age for
Maybe
kids?
3
to get vaccinated? And I don't know. It's been a couple of weeks since we paid any attention to it, but there was a conversation about, I think maybe I ought to work on a kind of a vaccine regime that we might be able to apply to children fresh out of the womb. First thing that we do, go ahead and smack them on a noggin and make them start crying, and then to give them that jab, that life-saving juice that can only be found in the vaccine serum. I don't know about that. There's a survey that has been conducted, including, and I think that this might ring parallel with conversations they have here. It's Tuesday, so I get a lot of stories out of Hawaii. This one here, why some parents are against vaccination, and they looked at all of the states, and we're looking at some survey numbers, and the number one reason why most people, this is, over the average of all of the states, why most people are concerned about vaccinating their children is, I'm going to give you a second while I'm try swallowing a burp. The number one reason why most parents have vaccine hesitancy, not necessarily for themselves, but for their children. What do you think it is? Why would it's almost the same for me. When I start thinking about why I have not been vaccinated. And, yeah, a lot of it is, outright defiance. Is that the word that we use today? Wait a second. The theme for the day is openly defiant. I question authority every chance I get. But that's not the reason why. The number one reason is because parents are concerned about side effects. Number two reason to be hesitant, they're not sure children need the vaccine. That's a big one for me. Do you need the vaccine? Are you in an age group where you are a super spreader? Are you in a life situation where you are a super spreader? You got kids go to homeschool. Do they need to get vaccinated? They're not running around with a whole bunch of other kids. Oh, they are, but that's outside. It's playtime. It's cool. They're going to get dirty. But do they need the vaccine? And these apply, I think, to adults as well. They're waiting to see if the vaccine is safe. Well, but it's hard in some cases to wait out the safety and efficacy of the vaccine, because there's so many states now that enforce. Okay, fine. You don't want to be vaccinated, don't get vaccinated, but you can't travel. You can't come into our store. You can't watch our concert. You can't go see our movie. You can't do this, that, or the other. So it really is kind of eliminating your choices here. And we here on Guam have just now gotten out of that. They don't trust the coronavirus. mutates. They don't trust government officials. You know, I'll bet you the differences between these are very small percentages, like 5% here, 4%, 3.9%, et cetera. They don't vaccinate. They just don't vaccinate their children, and there are many people like that. I know several. One or two that might be listening right now that have got serious issues about vaccination, and it's not just coronavirus. Measles, mumps, rubella, smallpox, chickenpox, whatever. All of those things that we're supposed to go to the doctor once a year to get our kids vaccinated for. They're like, no, I'm not going to be doing that. And then you go back up around the top. Why is that? Well, because they're concerned about side effects. They're not sure the kids need these vaccines. They're waiting to see if the vaccines are safe. So there's this loop going around, a conversation that they have ever since Oprah brought it up back in the day. And, you run into the same thing where you've got doctors online saying, I'm a doctor and I vaccinate my kids. And there are people that are going, yeah, good for you. Wonderful. I like the white coat, and I'm happy that your kids are vaccinated. You felt that was the course that you wanted to take for them. But where it gets crazy is all of these people, not to go off on a new tangent, but I think it is kind of interesting, and I wonder if it will be the next level of discussion with the coronavirus vaccine, is you've got some people that say, oh, your kid's not vaccinated? I don't want him in my kid's class. Your kid can't go to the same school as mine does. My kid's vaccinated, and if your kid's not vaccinated, that means we've got all these germs floating around. And my response is the same as it was for COVID. If you're vaccinated, why do you care whether I'm vaccinated or not? What difference does it make to you? You've already got the magic juice floating around in your body. 857 and change. Specifically, the numbers in Hawaii. 50% say they're concerned about side effects. 57% just don't trust the vaccine. That explains their hesitancy. 50% say they're concerned about side effects. 40% say they're waiting to see if the vaccine is safe. 18% are not sure if their kids need it. And 12 are just the kind of people that we don't vaccinate our kids, whether it's COVID-19 or anything else. So ponder that, if you will, because I keep waiting for that kind of debate to start floating around here. At some point, they're going to start saying, hey, we can get our kids under 5 years old vaccinated, and is that going to be the big deal for you? I suspect that many people on this radio station are going, I got vaccinated. I needed to travel. I've got comorbidities. I got vaccinated. I'm okay. The kids are not going to get the vaccine. I want them as much as possible to be pure bloods, like the men that I listen to on the radio, like Real Joe and Ray Gibson. And the question I got for you, Real Joe, since Saturday morning at 6 a.m., have you gone out to eat in?
No, like I told you, I don't really want to go in there anymore. I don't feel like it, and it's like, man, I don't want to be around you people. I don't know anyone in there anymore.
I like eating outside. It's quiet. I don't have to listen to your rap music inside or / rock music. Okay, your 90s complaint rock playlist on Spotify. I don't have to listen to that. Remind me, because I said Spotify on the radio. Are you Spotify or Pandora or Apple Music or what?
Pandora.
I'm still Napster. But there is research now, and it will astonish you how big something like Spotify has gotten. Closing in on 9 o'clock in the morning. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number around these parts at this radio station. We are going to be talking about cornhole in the next hour of the program. I don't know if it's going to take the entire hour, but if it's interesting, if the origins, if you will, of cornhole strike my fancy and sound like something I can talk like I got a wad of tobacco in my mouth, that could be very, very interesting for me. So stick around. If you got questions, you're more than welcome to call in or put them on the Facebook Live and let me know what you're thinking about. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up. KUSG, I got you, 93.3. We are The Point.
attacks on Ukraine's capital. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Russian forces descending on Kyiv from the air and the ground. Those ground forces getting ever closer.
That Russian convoy approaching Kyiv is actually now 17 miles long. According to these images, this convoy is just 15 miles from the Ukrainian capital. Missile strikes targeting this city once again. Small arms fire in the distance. This city will have to brace for days of fighting in what could be very bloody urban warfare.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Kyiv. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the U.S. has not changed its nuclear posture despite comments by Russian President Vladimir Putin.
Russia and President Putin have falsely alleged that it is under threat, including from Ukraine, including from NATO. Neither the United States nor NATO has any desire or intention for conflict with Russia.
And Psaki says when the U.S. and Russia have had disagreements, both countries agree that using nuclear weapons would have devastating consequences. The U.S. says it's expelling 12 Russian diplomats at the United Nations for engaging in activities it says are not in accordance with their responsibilities and obligations as diplomats. Former President Trump has appealed a judge's decision requiring he answer questions under oath in New York into a civil investigation into his business practices in New York State. Lawyers for Trump and his two eldest children argue ordering the Trumps to testify violates their constitutional rights because their answers could be used in a parallel criminal investigation. President Biden is expected to launch a major overhaul of nursing home standards in tomorrow's State of the Union address. The measures would increase overall quality government oversight and continue efforts to keep COVID out of nursing homes. Wall Street, the markets closed mixed as worries continue over Russia's actions in Ukraine. The Dow lost 166, the Nasdaq gained 56, the S&P off 10 points. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
The fight continues over Ohio's redistricting maps.
Democratic groups in Ohio, led by former U.S. Attorney General Democrat Eric Holder, filing suit over a third set of Ohio legislative maps, approved Thursday by the state's redistricting commission that would give Republicans a 54% majority in the state legislature. The reworked maps after the Ohio Supreme Court previously struck down two new state maps as unconstitutionally slanted toward Republicans under Ohio's new anti-gerrymandering rules that mandate that maps should favor parties to win districts in proportion to their share of the statewide vote, which for Republicans in Ohio is 54%. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
There's no specific threat, but the fencing around the Capitol is back up for tomorrow's State of the Union address. The National Guard is also on standby. A vacation home rental company offering help to refugees from Ukraine.
Airbnb says it can house up to 100,000 refugees from Ukraine. The apartment and home rental company says its nonprofit unit, Airbnb.org, will offer free temporary housing. Company executives tell Reuters they have sent letters to the leaders of Poland, Romania, Germany, and Hungary, offering to help house refugees. The stays will be funded by Airbnb, donors to the Airbnb.org Refugee Fund, and hosts. Jenny Cosolda, Fox News.
At the box office this weekend, for the 8th time in the last 2.5 months, a movie starring Tom Holland is number one. The adaptation of the video game Uncharted, starring Holland and Mark Wahlberg, earned $23.3 million in its second week of release. The comedy Dog earned $10.1 million, and Spider-Man No Way Home rounded out the top three, earning $5.8 million. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Always here.
BK's new Double Whopper Jr. Your Way meal is now available. The Double Whopper Jr. is made with 2 fire-grilled burger patties, creamy mayonnaise, fresh lettuce and tomato, crunchy pickles, ketchup, and freshly cut onions on a toasted sesame seed bun. Our New Way meal includes french fries, 4-piece chicken nuggets, and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Double Whopper Jr. Your Way meal at your favorite Burger King location. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. BK Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, Mike Benicio Mall, and the airport. BK Your Way.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice call into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're just saying that. Sorry, no, hiking. No, I got the guy in here, right? Brandon. And Brandon, first of all, we met in my past life, and so we're just going over that. But he's with the fire department. He was telling me about a helo rescue that they did down at the SETI 7. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, those falls down there are no joke. Because there's a couple you get down, and you're like, hey, look, falls. And then you go down another one, hey, there's more falls. And then you're looking at one, and the only thing between you and oblivion is this old rope somebody in the Navy put up there in the 1950s. It's covered with algae, and you're supposed to use that to hustle up and down. So what is somebody? It's probably number 3. Either number 3 or number 4. But somebody lost control.
Sometimes it's either getting lost, sometimes they're just weak, sometimes they just can't continue.
If I ever got lost, if I ever got lost in the boonies, I'm just going to stay there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to call. It would be too embarrassing.
Yeah.
Ray Gibson, renowned hiker, gets lost. On the trail to the crosses at Mount Humuzung Manglu, right?
Yeah.
That I'm the guy that's going to get lost up there and need to get heloed out. 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning. More from those guys in just a second. Portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Mescla, encouraging you now that they don't have to ask for your vaccination status to go eat inside. As you might imagine, things going to get busy out there. So make reservations at Mescla by calling 479-2652. Keto platters, burgers. They've got octopus tinaktak. He said octopus tinaktak. That is a fact. And maybe the best tomorrow platter there is out there. If you're one of these kids just flying in with the B-52s, you're out here for one of these training deals. I'll tell you what, Mescla is the spot to go if you want to get some great tasting for real tomorrow food. 479-2652. They got a shop in Agana and one at the Grand Plaza in Tumon.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Tuesday morning, but I've already got Friday in my head. Got to do some shouts to folks on the Facebook Live, including Phil Letty. Hashtag Take Action Guam joined the pack today. Put him on the list for tomorrow, if you don't mind.
Right away, sir.
Thank you very much. Mike Grace Blas, Michael Jordan McCleary says, good news out of Ukraine. Elon Musk has provided Starlink broadband services. This is an amazing part of that story, is they were concerned that command and control would be taken out, and they were starting to lose their internet. And I want to say the vice premier or whatever it is of Ukraine went on Twitter and said, and sent a message to Elon Musk through Twitter that said, we need access to the internet. And Elon Musk basically came back and said, Starlink is now active. Can you imagine having that kind of, Starlink is now active? and your what do you call the not dishes, they're terminals. Terminals are on the way, about the size of a pizza box, believe it or not, and it's supposed to be pretty good internet. And the question that I have is, there's something like 29 of these things that in low Earth orbit around the planet, and I'm kind of curious, can we get that here? Is that a thing? Can you go, hey, I got Docomo, I got GTA, and now I got Starlink?
Call him up, man.
How does that work? This is 888-HELP. I don't know. Jordan Sablon, Mendiola is there. I got Brad Wolf, Juan Muffness, Jose Tetpahago. Dee Bird is back. Good morning, Denise. Nice to see you there. Phil over at Venue Guam Online. Kathy Anderson. Brandon Glazer. Jose Tetpahago Online. Pam Uggan. Lee Pinn. Perlita Delamar Garcia. Good morning to you. William John Shadowin. William's the one that was saying, yeah, I lived in Biloxi for a while. It's okay, but I never ever want to live there again. Hava Norma St. Nicholas, Simon Sanchez checking us out. Joe McDonald, Hava Mike Gokwe, Rochelle Merrill. William says, do not go to California, Washington, Oregon, New York, Maryland, or any state above New York. We were talking earlier about places where you might want to live if you just can't deal with Guam anymore, and places that might be coming back a little bit better. And Shelley talking about they live in wood houses. That might be the one thing that would prevent me from going and living, well, maybe top 5 is I like living in a wood house. You know, a concrete house. You know what I like about my concrete house? It's hard for it to catch fire.
Yeah.
You can stand out there all day with
sleep.
the Bic, and it's not going to catch fire most of the time. So, yeah, I don't want to die in a fire in my sleep. Bandits Online, Huffa Ed Buendito, Bill Marino, and Patty Uggan in the program, Randy Landis. We moved to Tupelo in 95, and I said I would give it 1 year. 20 years later, we moved to the Philippines. You know why? Because God lives in the Philippines. Ask me how I know. George Cabrera's there, Dave Raleigh, Lily Tydinko, Cecile Yoshimoto, John Proust, EOD Kaboom, and Chris Barnes. Buenos and Hoffaday. Art Hammeister is online. Recently had a birthday. Happy birthday to you, bro. Jack Larimer says, hoi, finally back home. Joey Toves is there, and Steve Lizama checking out the program. Now, I'm wondering if, as I say some of these names here, are these folks that you know from Cornhill, guys? I got in the studio with me now. I got Ed Perez. How you doing there?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good.
I'm glad you're here. First time at the radio station, right?
Yeah.
Glad to have you online. And then we got Brandon Sana. And as I said, Brandon and I knew each other in a past life, by which I mean 2 wives ago. And there was a trip that I went on to go and visit the guys at Camp Torrey and Camp Zama.
Correct.
And Camp Zama, birthplace of former Governor Felix P. Camacho, I might add. Camp Zama, and hanging out with these guys, and this is where I learned to say, with the 368, right? This is where I learned that wherever there are Chamorros, in particular, island people in general, at these bases where these fellas were out in the beginning of Desert Shield, Desert Storm, all of that stuff. They were out there and took our guard guys and put them, at the bases. And I talked to guys that ran those bases while these guys were working on barbecue and beer for me. And I'm talking to the captains and lieutenants and generals and all of this other stuff. And the guys, to a man, they all said, there's something that's special that happens when Guam Guard guys are here. It's like all of a sudden you're happier driving to work on the base. There's something about the professionalism and a half-a-day spirit that you guys were able to give them at the front gates.
Yeah, that was awesome. So, that was the start of the Operation Enduring Freedom. That was right after 9/11, if you remember.
I do.
And then you came out there with Tony So to get some... meet the guys, bring home some shout-outs to the spouses.
It was awesome. Yeah, did a great show on that.
Yeah, and so just to be clear, that was the Guam Army Reserves, but, similar to Guard as well. The Guard was doing other missions around the world. But, yeah, you came out there, and I think what it is, too, it's just the island spirit, family-oriented, living. And then when they come out there, what they really can't fathom is how this group of people can work this cohesively in the active duty world.
Did you tell them because we're all related?
Yeah, which is basically, that's my cousin. The commander's my nephew, so he listens to me.
He might outrank me. He might outrank me, but he's younger than me, and that's just the way it works on Guam. Yeah. It's a fascinating story, and I will never, ever forget, number one, the hospitality that was extended to me and to Tony. Of course, Tony was there on a conjugal visit, but the less is said about that would be the better. But, and I just kind of came along for the ride. But these guys, they practically adopted me, and they adopted, the barracks that you guys are in. Yeah. There's a common area that they had, and it was taken over. All of a sudden, there's every Chamorro boy with every kind of spice and Denancy, and there's soy sauce over there, and there's always a pot of rice going. And I imagine it was an everyday occurrence that when you guys were coming back off the job, or sending a set of guys out on the job, that they could get Chamorro plate.
Correct. So what it was, we were doing shift work. So we were 24-hour operation as military police in Japan. And we were running the gates, running the patrol. So it was, 24-hour shift. So
the kitchen was going 24 hours a day.
The outgoing shift was eating breakfast no matter what time it was. And then the off-coming shift was eating dinner as they secure duty. And then the community, right? We're kind of right in that one spot where once you started barbecuing, the aromas would just start traveling through the base. And everyone would just start walking up and, hey, what's going on here?
What an incredible time, and there's a camaraderie, there's a fellowship, and for those of you that have young ladies that are in uniform, they are well taken care of. It's like you got a building full of older brothers looking after them, and if anybody looks at her sideways, like where are you from?
Ray doesn't know what he's talking about. Nothing happened out there.
I'm just saying. Everybody's got everybody's back, and I think it's a great thing, especially when Guam guys and girls are going out there and doing all that stuff. The less is said about our trip. I didn't realize this, but some of these guys had been there long enough to learn to drive in Japan, and got driver's licenses and rented and had cars that they had while they were deployed. And I think we fit about 7 guys in a vehicle and drove into downtown Tokyo. 9/11 gas panic. There's another place right around the corner from the 911. I can't remember the name of it. And this is one of those times where it's like we're having a good time, we're dancing up a storm, and this is groovy. And then somebody looks at their watch and says, "Oh, we got to get back to the base." I said, "Why?" And I said, "Because there's sunlight outside. The sun has come up, and I got to get to work." And it's amazing is I was able to go find someplace to sleep, but the other guys all went, even after they'd been playing around all night, all found their way back to their duty spots.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
I think it's Army navigation skills or whatever, or tremendous practice.
Listen, I appreciate the memories. They'll be with me all my life, and I'm sure that you and the guys and the girls have other memories likewise that you will have with you guys all your life. Ed Perez in the studio. Ed and I were actually in Vietnam together, and I jumped on a grenade and saved his life, and that's how we got to know each other.
Well, I got to see you when you're jogging in the morning by the Alupang Hotel.
Oh, yeah.
I ride the bike and always pass you.
There we go. Yeah. Well, not so much these days because we're not doing 5Ks, and if I can't be competitive, I don't want to do anything except eat and drink beer. But it's low-cal beer, low-carb beer, low-alcohol beer, so it's all right. So at 9:17, and we devote this time here. It's a weird thing because I'd done an interview with the pickleball lady, followed by an interview with the team of badminton people, and these guys reach out going, "What about cornhole?" And I'm like, "Yeah, what about cornhole? What is there something magical going on with cornhole?" And the answer is yes. There's a growing community of cornhole players here on Guam.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, about 2 years ago when the pandemic took over and everyone was locked in, people were trying to figure out what to do. So little did we know, Ed had a group of folks that started to take on cornhole. And I got together with the group that started to take on cornhole, not knowing each other at all.
Yeah.
And so simultaneously, we start taking up the game of cornhole, trying to figure out how to build the boards for play.
Like I said, there's plans on the internet that you can find because of $50 worth of wood and screws from Home Depot, and you're good to go.
Exactly, and then trying to figure out how to get the bean bags in. I brought these for you, Ray.
Oh, can I say that one on the radio? Yeah. Mother shuckers is what this one here says. There's a variety. So it's a colorful event that you might mud bug and things like that. So these are kind of standard in the game.
So
right?
the games the bags you're holding now are actually the pro level bags. So that's you can see corn on ESPN. So. We always try to say, hey, how do you explain cornhole, right? And so when we talk about it, for the most part, it's a piece of lumber with a hole in it.
Yes.
You're standing 30-some feet away, and you're trying to throw a bag inside on the board or in the hole, right? And then you're like, well, what's so great about that? But then when we start talking about pro boards, pro bags, and looking on ESPN, this is similar to like bowling, right? You know, different oil patterns, different bowls, reactions, and all of that.
Amazing.
Yeah, cornhole gets super technical.
I mean, so you can do the basic and just get some old plywood.
Yeah, absolutely. And have fun.
Or you can go in with high tech laminates, maybe some carbon fiber in
exactly.
there, and we're polishing up the wood here so that when these bags,
you'll notice there's different textures if you start feeling the bag.
Well, I know that I feel different textures on the top and the bottom.
So what that differentiates is speeds and reactions to the board. So we have things called slow and stick and slick bags. So we have bags that hit the board and stop. We have bags that hit the board and fly. We have bags that can turn left, turn right, flip over.
We've gone from golf to pool because now I'm thinking in my head the game of pool, because if your opponent has got his bag next to the hole, you want to be able to push his bag off the hole and maybe move yours in, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so there's also the horseshoes and hand grenades concept that I've got in.
Very similar to horseshoes.
Okay, Ed.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say about cornhole. When we first started that, I first saw it on ESPN, and it was during COVID. And I said, "Man, cornhole! What kind of game is that? It's a carnival game."
Yeah.
So I said. And then I saw it in ESPN. I started watching it, and I said, "Wow!" It blew my mind. And they were in uniform. There's pros.
I seen that. I was telling the story. We did a cornhole thing a couple of years ago at Jimmy D's, and I was astonished to see these guys walk in with their own boards, with their own bags, wearing uniforms. I mean, not just regular old T-shirts. These guys had logos emblazoned 4-color process on these athletic jerseys, basically.
Yeah, they're really nice. The first one I saw was a event for the women's championship of the world, and it was on ESPN. And it was a lady named Maya Cup, and I said, she looks Asian. She looks Filipina. So I watched them play. She won that. And then the first thing I did, I went to Facebook and I contacted her. That's
what I would have done.
Yeah. And she responded. And she's very interested in developing the game here on this part of the world, in the Philippines. And that's what we're trying to do. I kind of got it started here because I started watching that, learn how to score, learn how to make boards. My first boards were terrible. Were terrible. But then we made a tournament last year, right? Was it last year? And some of those guys, we met together. And James, the other guy, James Rios, I got very much involved with it. And then so you guys got it because my knees killed me sometime. My so Brandon.
Well, this doesn't look like it's a very cardio workout. You know, I mean, you're out there.
Anybody can play.
Anybody can play the game. So that any age can get involved. Just a question of if you got the dexterity to be able to move the bag 30 some odd feet
and that's
in
true
one direction.
I have a hard time beating my wife. She outdid me already. She's great. She's great. But a lot of guys play on. You want to tell more about that?
Yeah. So what it was is we used to just play it in the backyard.
You know, we do that to people whenever I know somebody's doing an interview. I start buzzing them on WhatsApp.
Well, that's all the boys are doing. My stuff won't stop. The boys they're laughing at you. They're trying to call in and cause trouble.
That's it.
Thank you, Chuck Pinala out there. I hear you calling. But anyway, so it's a backyard game. That's how it started. I think Ed started with his community, and really what it'd be get together on the weekends and play. And then we realized that there were different aspects of the game. I mean, most of us were just trying to land the board and stay on the board and whatever. And then we started to realize by research and whatever that this game is actually truly serious. And then it usually it's kind of like golf, right? You have that one shot that gets you hooked. It's bowling, that first strike that gets you hooked. Cornhole's the same thing. The first bag you fire into that hole, you want to do it again and do it again, and it's so hard to do it again.
Is there an agreed upon origin of cornhole? What state did it originally come from? How was it developed?
Someone said Ohio. Someone said Ohio. I don't truly know that. I mean, I'm just going to say you just go in that corn belt right there.
It's got to be in there.
Right? And it's somewhere there. It's got to be like.
Because the first the cornhole bags had corn inside.
Yeah.
Oh, these don't?
Yeah, these don't.
No,
these are
these are all resins, synthetic.
Oh, of course. Okay. Yeah. We're professional bags, and we're going to make sure that everything is uniform. I'm sure that there's a precise count of how many of these resin beads are in there.
So weight, size, there's regulation, but the thing too is that cornhole's over 30 years old, and we didn't know that. You know, over 30 years old, probably longer than that. and it just kept growing at wherever it was,
Well, one of the things about it is, notwithstanding any of the higher tech stuff, it is a game that you can play about anywhere. I'm familiar. I see guys, for the most part, I'll see them over at Dunca's and Jimmy D's playing, and you only need one board, right? But I've seen them where you've got two facing each other. Is there? Can you play like a singles game with just one? Or
so if you do one board, you'd have to consistently walk back to the starting line to rethrow.
Well, so it's a sport. I mean, that's the exercise part, right?
So with the two boards, what it is just so you don't you walk down to one end, throw, pick up the bags, throw back the other direction, and then when you play teams, you just stay on that side of the board and you're firing across.
Okay, then we'll get into a little bit more of the nitty gritty of the game, and because it sounds like one of those games where it's easy to play, impossible to master, because there's just so many nuances of the game that you can get into. So I mean, the basic. We'll start out is me and Real Joe against you guys here, and so I got my board, and you have to drop your stuff in the hole that I'm standing at, and then when you're done throwing, then me and Real Joe will throw ours at your board.
So actually. You and Real Joe would be across from each other.
Oh, I see.
And then you're throwing. You're basically firing back the same bags on the same lane, because if you and Real Joe are teams, you would have to use the same bags, each other's bags.
Oh, I got it.
So
okay,
everyone gets 4 bags, and that's how we play.
Okay.
But yeah. I mean, so what I like to do actually is we've been able to get some pickup games going to introduce people to cornhole. So we'd like to invite you and Real Joe to test that theory Friday night at the Ganya Heights gym from 6 to 10.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to use my right arm bigger than my left.
I'm just the question is will there be a cooler? That's all I need to know. Will
Right
there
outside.
be,
Right outside. But in all honesty, like you mentioned earlier.
Is it indoors?
It
Are
is
you playing
indoors. Yeah, because it's rainy season.
Oh, in the gym. Yeah.
And then obviously we observe all safety protocols and
mitigations and
there's factors.
Somewhere there's plexiglass.
Yeah,
we have a plexiglass thing in the
between
room.
throwing lanes. But we do definitely want to thank the communities that have been helping us. The Barragata mayor's office has been giving us some real estate outdoors, to set up the boards weekly. We're on a POSX there. They got some other business going on, but we want to thank them as well for kind of giving us the opportunity. But going back to the events, I mean, Ed started a tournament last year. It drew a pretty good crowd, and from there we said, okay, how do we keep it going? So we planned a tournament end of that year, and we drew probably double the crowd. And then this year, what we're looking at doing is doing at least 2 or 3 big tournaments to get. Because the communities are out there. We have families in every village that play on the weekend.
On base, I'm thinking that there've got to be, and I'm not going to do any kind of profiling here, but this sounds like one of those great red state redneck. Yeah. Let's get out there and throw these things out. We're going to chew some tobacco, and we're going to play some cornhole.
Well, we have a pro here. Tristan.
Yeah.
What? We have a pro here.
Yeah, so we have an actual ACL pro. He's probably working really hard to retain his pro status because you have to play and compete in order to retain it. But we're trying to help him as well. But there's, you're in Guam.
So he can amass the points that he needs if you've got enough tournaments.
No,
and
you
enough
would probably
events?
have to travel and play in some sanctioned events. But what we want to do is keep him in practice, right?
Yeah.
And he's going to help us grow the game. And then we're in contact with some other pros, like Ed mentioned, Maya Cup. She reached out to us and asked if she can help. We also have a couple of other organization members. So there's different. There's the Texas Cornhole League. There's the American Cornhole League. There's the American Cornhole Organization. So and Ed's a sanctioned referee for cornhole. So we got people to legitimize it here. And what we'd like to do is kind of get the crowds up. So we know the community's big. Yeah. So we have
just got to get them in a centralized location.
Centralized, and obviously
have you considered Facebook? I mean, maybe a thing.
Yeah, we have a Facebook page.
There is for all of Guam. There's a Facebook.
Mariana's Cornhole Club on Facebook. That's what you're looking for. Mm-hmm. And I guess the hard thing here is actually getting the gear here, right? So,
oh my God! I'm looking at this thing on the video. I just put it up there. Yeah. And the guy he just kind of lobs it, and it went bang into the hole first time. Didn't have to wait. Yeah. So this is the team here, and obviously there's a way that you can put your team together.
So this is a singles event. What you're watching. So these guys are actually competing, and you'll notice they'll throw their 4 bags. So once they're done here, they're going to walk across. pull the bags out, and then throw back in the other direction. Yeah.
I was like, not even thinking of it. I think it's like watching these guys shoot darts, just it's a bullseye every single time.
Exactly. And so, just some schematics there, right? The board is 2 feet by 4 feet. The hole on the board is 6 inches in diameter. The bags they're throwing are 6 by 6 bags by 1 inch thick and weigh approximately 16 ounces. So that's the regulation that they have to throw. So technically, they're basically. But what's different about what they're playing, Jordan might actually be playing the Mother Shuckers, which is what you're saying over here, and that Geary guy, I believe that's a Geary guy.
Do you know those guys by their name?
Yeah, well, so this is how we learn. I mean, we were just trying to land the board, and then you see these guys do this stuff. You're like, how do I do that? So,
and I love the technology. I like the way they've got a camera facing down on the gizmo, so you can see what's going on. So when the one guy threw and it knocked one of the bags into the hole, did he lose a point?
No, that guy's point counts too.
That point?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's 1 point on the board and 3 points in the hole.
Oh, okay.
And it's a race to 21. But the way the scoring works is, let's say you throw 3 bags on the board, so you're sitting on 3 points, and I was only able to get 1 on. Your 3 would minus my 1, and you'd score 2. So it's cancellation scoring.
Okay, so it's a net.
Yeah, exactly.
On the board.
And then it's a race to 21. There's some backyard games that we've seen where you have to land exactly on 21. If you don't, it kind of like 501, 301 in darts, and you bust and go back. But for tournament, that just doesn't make sense, because the first guy to 21 is probably the better guy. So penalizing him for not landing exactly on it.
So on the video we were looking at, that's singles. Then there's the teams. Do we play mixed? I mean, is there co-eds?
Oh yeah. Absolutely. So that's what we learned. We learned, this kind of a sport here, and we'll call it a sport. But I mean, you got some 10, 11-year-olds that are pros whooping on these grown men. You got some women who moved from the women's division to the open division, and they're one of the top players in the world. Her name is Cheyenne Renner, and she's like almost unbeatable. I mean, she goes hole for hole. If you don't stop her, she's gonna send all 4 bags in.
It's
every
21
single
right now.
time.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's and I'm glad that you mentioned kids, and I'm glad that you mentioned women, and because I like to think there's also a great family aspect that you can do with something like this, and your competition in your family, competition against other families, and then make it so that they eventually play at kind of a championship level if you want to. But the other thing that I noticed that you didn't say anything about is you're not telling me that the kids are playing on a smaller scale. You're not telling me that the women are shooting from the white tees. You know what I mean?
Negative.
So it's the same game for everybody.
Exactly. And you'd be surprised. I mean, Ed could tell you, come out and see our women play. And if you're a brand new player or you're an experienced
I'm intimidated
already. Our women will hold their own. They win the tournaments that we hold, because we do weekly tournaments, which is basically a blind draw. So you're randomly paired.
Okay.
Randomly paired. So you could be paired with a professional player randomly, and that's who you're with for that tournament. And our women hold their own, and so there's definitely no discrimination or handicap or anything. They'll whip my butt all the time. So
we'd like to invite them in to come in. We started on Friday nights.
Friday night, 6 to 10.
Okay.
For the month of March, right?
Yeah. But anybody can play in the first part.
And we set up. So we have our tournament boards ready, and then we set up practice boards out there for anyone who doesn't want to play competitive.
It's the like I said, the horse shoes and hand grenades. It just feels like it would take me a while to get to the point where I'm consistently just on the board, and now you're telling me, okay, well, there's the other thing is you got to put it in the hole, and there's all these other things that you got to worry about as well. I tell you what, definitely going to observe it now that I've got a better sense of how to play, and then you got some of the other things in there, like when will Team Guam take on CNMI? Because if it's here, it's there too.
It's there. So the other thing too is it's almost impossible to get the gear to Guam, right? So when you start talking about the boards, you pretty much have to build your boards here because of shipping. I mean, the boards are, because of the size and the weight, you pretty much got to go freight. You know what I mean? You have to freight them over or air freight them over. But USPS is the companies in the States kind of think Guam is international shipping. They don't realize there's flat rates. They don't realize that the shipping is no more than shipping to Hawaii or anywhere else.
There's a little bit more paperwork that you've got to do in the process, but not impossible to get it to go.
Now what we know is that there's only a few or a couple of people that actually build the boards. Me being one of them, but it's a process to build the boards to the quality that we want to play on. Because if we could follow the internet schematics all we want.
I'm going to give you guys phone number. Charlie Hermosa from APL is Marine. Don't hold that against him, but he's a Marine. I'm messing around. It's funny when I do that. But he's a great guy. He's with a company called APL, and they might be able to put something together where maybe you and a bunch of other guys go in for a bunch of boards and
so obviously we could do the
container and get them out of here.
Well, we could do the forwarding, but now we're looking at at filling up that pallet, right? So when we're trying to fill up a pallet, I mean, cornhole professional boards go for about $500 a set. So where are we going to get that kind of money?
$500 a set. I can talk to the guys at the beer company. We'll sponsor 100 of them. I mean,
that's what I'm talking about.
See,
right? That's why I'm glad we're here today.
There's the promotional opportunities that you've got there, especially when we start tagging in, video opportunities and the idea that this is something that we can do for families. I can see seltzer companies buying. I can see radio stations buying logos on these things.
To that level, right?
That's what we want to be, right? I mean, obviously the dreams for Guam to.
$500 is not a lot of money. Put down asphalt for a tennis court. That's a lot of money.
Exactly.
Those kinds of things.
And then the real estate, right? The real estate for cornhole. It's not like we can play in this office. It's virtually impossible. So you need roughly 35 feet of unimpeded, length by at least 6 to 8 feet of width. And then that's one
and
court.
Reasonably flat. Okay, but I mean, there's outdoor events and then we got flat grassy spots. There are some places where you might be able to get away with some flat sandy spots. And if you ask me, they're doing bingo at the old Greyhound now. Yeah. So maybe there's a big flat open space there for a bunch of. I used to do car shows there.
Yeah,
back in the, you remember? I used to do car shows
jam,
back in
baby.
the day.
Let's bring it back.
Dude. I don't know. I hate to say it this way, but I'm not seeing as many nice rides as I used to.
Well, they still do the stand burning down at Paseo every Friday and Saturday night. So
that never ever goes away. That never goes away, dude. I'm kind of jazzed about this. Friday night sounds pretty good, huh, Joe? Come on, you go right around your bicycle.
I'll bring the governor. I'll bring Governor Carl.
I was going to say, we're right next to his place.
Bring him down.
Get him by.
So we actually have, Ray, we actually have a lot of people interested, right? Like, obviously, we just sparked your interest today, but we when we're talking about tournaments, I mean, we have some hotel sponsors that want to get in and host it, just obviously waiting on restrictions, right? They want to host us at their ballrooms. They want to, because technically that's what you want. You want a controlled environment. When we play outside, the board will go from fast to sticky in an hour.
Oh, right,
everything will change. So
humidity is also a factor.
If it rains, we cancel play.
There are going to be some ballrooms where it might be there's not enough ceiling.
Yeah, so regulation height is 12 feet. You got to play in at least 12. You got to give the player at least 12 feet. Right. So we're more than enough in just about any ballroom, sitting about 13, 14.
I'm crazy about this. Like I said, we go from my thinking and my inclination on what we're talking about in the game of cornhole starts at the beach because that's where I see it most often, and then you got into the backyards. But then you see this kind of sophistication here, where guys are in gyms and indoor gyms, and they've got all kinds of sophisticated video work out there, and you take a look at the shirts and ringed around the side there are promotional opportunities for something like this.
So we're hoping to see this in the near future here. We're actually coordinating our probably our first tournament for this year, which we're trying to give our players a significant prize, but it's also going to be a charity oriented event. We're looking
this is so badass. Yeah. This is great. Alpha bags, cornhole. There's so many different ways that you can do this and enjoy the sport. Does it take a lot of your time?
So I'm a board builder. So my wife will tell you it takes a lot of my time.
Yeah, so that was the reason why I asked the question. From a spousal support and spousal annoyance factor, where's cornhole?
Well, for me, because I'm the builder, it's high. But for players who are just they buy the boards and they have their bags. It's great. It's a great family event. I mean, my wife still supports it. You know what I mean? It's just. My goal is to grow the game. In order to grow the game, I have to build because I'm one of the few people who understand how to build them, and to spec. So,
do you have any pictures of?
Actually, I have Instagram up. It's boards by brand, single word. And you can take a look at some of the boards we built there. But single word boards by brand, and currently, so I would just say, the waiting list to get a set of boards right now is late April.
Oh,
yeah, because it's a 2-week process per board, and build them like 6 to 8 at a time. But
tell me a little bit about that process, because I'm thinking get the what's his name? Don't blame it on the cha-cha-cha. Dave Evans, and his COVID-19 hobby was making electric guitars, and it's a lot more sophisticated than just cutting piece of wood.
Ed builds boards too, so the process, Ed will tell you too.
He builds a lot at a time, but I build them one at a time. I was trying to get it started on Guam. I said, nobody's got boards. So we tried to look on the internet. Oh man, too expensive to get here. So I started making them. The first one didn't come out so good, but the first one was 2x4s. So now we use much lighter wood, much lighter.
So still use mahogany frame wood, so good quality wood. Still use the best quality plywood top, which is what it's required, is a plywood top that's smooth enough to allow the bags to move. We recently started.
Are you varnishing on the top?
So if we do straight wood, we do provide stain and paint or whatever you want, and then polyurethane over the top to protect it. So the boards are waterproof. They're durable. And then recently we got into the act of wrapping the boards with vinyl so that the designs are limitless. So
all you need to do is have somebody print the vinyl.
Yeah, and have a graphic artist design it for you, right? So
dude, that's gonna look good with the Budweiser logo. I'm just saying, King of Beers in there somewhere.
or
Democrat
the
Party of Guam.
Boss 104.3, The Point.
Star 101
was on there. Joe Cruz face and ghosted in the background.
It could be
maybe Monaji, on the other side.
Okay. So Real Joe sent me a screen cap here. What is this?
So on the left there, you got a GPA lineman, and so that's a lineman theme board on the left. And then on the right-hand side, you have my buddy Hezbollah over there, and
that could be you, Ray.
Dude that ordered that board is a big fan of Hezbollah, and so we went ahead and put him on the board.
So this is the vinyl wrap that you were talking about?
That's the vinyl wrap.
Okay, so then as you say, urethane over the top of it?
Polyurethane over the top, and then we speed up the boards with liquid wax, and we slow them down with alcohol to get them to playable speeds.
That's amazing. Yeah. The science behind all of this stuff and the opportunities that I think are kind of limitless for you. You had, dude, over a couple of beers and have Real Joe take notes, and I'm already thinking off the top of my head different events and things like that. And there's a part of me that says don't wait for the COVID-19 restrictions.
Well, what we should probably do is get you guys. Also do. We also do. Ed, are you renting? Are you renting out your boards?
Well, I have some sets of boards that I could right now, but you have more than I do.
Yeah. So what I do is I do rentals for like parties. Just because people want, hey man, can I buy a set of boards? I say you can get it in April if you want. Well, I have a party next week. Well, why don't you just rent it out for the weekend and they can hit me up on that. But what we'll do is we should get you a set of the rentals that you guys enjoy it for like a weekend and let us know what you think. You know what I mean?
Let me ponder that. Real Joe and I don't live together, but we might.
Well, you had a parking lot when I walked in.
We do have a parking lot in the back.
I know you guys are the early birds, so you guys take off and
we could rope the thing off. Mayor's council meeting going on tomorrow. I think.
There you go.
Yeah. So you go. The mayor's council, village leagues. Right?
We're building that. So the thing with leagues. So you just imagine a bowling league. That's the logistics it's going to take, right? So we're going to need someone to host us, number one, and guarantee that space weekly. And the hard part about it is we're competing with all the sports coming back because it has to be indoors, So I want to kind of shout out to the Dedido Flea Market. We'd love to use your pavilion. But anyways, Mr. Mike, again, the president, we love to reach you. But anyways, so what we like to do is we'd love to visit villages we'd love to do that. And it's really a matter of, are you willing to host us, number one? And are you willing to give us that much real estate? Because one board out there people waiting in line, it's not going to play. Everyone has to be able to show up and have a board that they can throw on. You know what I mean? That's the goal. And we have enough boards.
Yeah, depending on how large the group gets will determine, what the field needs to look like. I'm just thinking of, just spitballing here. Carl Gutierrez, right?
Yeah.
Sunshine, right?
Isn't he over now at GVB?
GVB, and every Friday at GVB
they're doing food trucks.
Friday food trucks out there. I don't know if anybody's inside the pavilion just yet.
So
but you could lay out a couple of lanes inside the pavilion.
Yeah, so we researched that pavilion, and even if we shorten the lane, right? Even if it's an unofficial distance, it's still enough to grab their attention.
Well, I know that the reason why is because they're looking for activities besides just eating. So they want to be able to have people go down there and ride the carabaos and eat Dennis Larson's bees and not bees, the honey, and other kinds of activities. And this might be fun. You get family down there and let them play against each other and see if it's something that they want to get into.
Well, exactly. That's so. Hey, we're just talking about that actually. The last pickup game about. Well, first off, we're talking about going down to eat at the Fendanya down in Ibao. But we're like, hey, should we bring the boards down? So yeah, you're gonna see us. You're gonna see us out a lot more this year. Really, what we were doing was filling out the community, and we do. I would say that if we were to host a really classy, nice grand prize giveaway for first place and stuff like that, I would say that we can easily host 100 people. Right? Easily. Awesome. And so that puts you at 50 teams. You know what I mean? I think we can get 50 teams with the amount of boards that Ed put out, that I put out, the amount of bags that we
the numbers
put out.
that you're going to be coming up with in between here and there.
Correct.
9:45 in the morning, and I'm looking at this and I'm going, Tattoo Shauna is going to design our boards. If we like it enough, we're going to get boards. Tattoo Shauna is going to do the design for our boards. Me personally, because I'm too chicken to get
I see
one of those
cornhole
big ass tattoos.
Mural competition coming up for board design.
9:46. Brandon, thanks very much for coming in. I appreciate it. I get this whole other world view of cornhole than I had, and I had a good world view on it before you came in, but now I can see a lot of different possibilities and getting a bunch of people that. This is a great Sunday activity. It's a great Friday night activity. It's a great, whenever activity. Now, as you said, you've got an Instagram, boards by brand, and then there's Facebook for the group.
Mariana's Cornhole Club, and that'll all the members there. Ed actually had a Facebook page with it, Guam Cornhole Club, and we kind of migrated a lot of everyone over to Mariana's Cornhole Club because of it being a public page, so.
Well, it's just there's a part of me that's going, dude, nightclub game. So there's a get together of some friends. No, I'm serious. There's a
you're right on point.
Right. So yeah, because so if we don't use the 30-foot lane here, and we can get away with speed games, club games, and things like that. In tennis, there's a game called mini tennis. It's a great warm-up activity, and you use just the 2 forecourts of a tennis court, and anything outside of that line is out. So instead of doing 30 feet, we're going to bring this down to about 15 feet. Most bars have got an area that.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Ray, because they actually have what's called
Tower of London
mini cornhole boards designed for indoors with lower ceilings, and the boards run 2 feet by 3 feet, but the hole size is still the same. So what it does is
wait, the hole is still okay. So
but the board. So
is
if you hit the board at that speed, so what this designed to do is get you more accurate. But those are designed for indoor games. They're called mini boards. And they do that. They have it out there specifically designed for smaller places that
there's a whole world of opportunities, and virtually everything that I've been thinking about and all the proposals I've got swimming around in my head involve beer and beer sponsors. So
that's actually a requirement in order to no joke, it's almost a requirement in order to be involved in the corner. You have to allow for the occasional beverage or so.
Adult beverage? I can't. I don't see a problem
Because
with
that's when the magic happens. You know what I mean?
Okay, I was a bowler for a long time. I know exactly what you mean. You down a couple of these things, you get your kind of mental state where it's supposed to be, and figure okay, you were talking about lanes, and I'm thinking about it. There were certain lanes over at Royal Lanes when I was bowling heavy that I liked this lane. I didn't like this lane because sometimes it wasn't oiled up right, or if they got a new oil guy, or if it was oiled last night. All of a sudden the characteristics of everything change, and you've got to be able to read the lane, and you guys have got to be able to read the board every time you go out. I'm sorry, this is ridiculous here. Fun conversation. Anyway, so that's Ed, that's Brad. Thanks for coming by. 10 away from the top of the hour. We're going to grab the last break. I'm going to take some pictures of us, and then I'm going to figure out how we're going to kill the next 10 minutes. Ray Gibson Show continues on the other side of these.
Be in the know. Want to keep your family safe from high-tech trouble? Introducing Bark Jr., a new online parental control app that's free for GTA Wireless and Internet customers. Bark Jr. monitors apps and social media, manages online screen time, and filters websites to protect your family from inappropriate online content. Sign up for any GTA postpaid wireless or Internet service and get Bark Jr. for free today. Call us at 671-644-4482 or visit us at gta.net. GTA, we start with you.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
BK's new Double Whopper Jr. Your Way meal is now available. The Double Whopper Jr. is made with 2 fire-grilled burger patties, creamy mayonnaise, fresh lettuce and tomato, crunchy pickles, ketchup, and freshly cut onions on a toasted sesame seed bun. Our New Way meal includes french fries, 4-piece chicken nuggets, and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Double Whopper Jr. Your Way meal at your favorite Burger King location. Please wear your mask and practice social distancing. BK Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, Mike Benicio Mall, and the airport. BK Your Way.
You know what, Mana? I'm just seeing this now. Mana says, tell Brandon to wish his mom a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Brandon's mom.
Oh, happy birthday.
He got you a cornhole thing. I got you a cornhole T-shirt, right? We'll get some pictures up on the screen. 888-825-888-TALK. It just... What a great way to close up the show. At least it is for me. I hope everybody was having a good time with the conversation. Janae Uggan, Pitbull Empire, says, let's sponsor a tournament, Cinco de Mayo party. Hey. James Howard says, this looks like a cool game to play stoned, blindfolded. James N. Maria, St. Augustine, watching the program. Don't wait, Ray. Let's do this. Cinco de Mayo, Jimmy D's with boards by Brand. Yeah, she's like me. I mean, it's like immediately I'm looking at this going, promotional opportunities, wheels are spinning, teams with T-shirts and my logo on it, and all of that stuff. I don't know. Ismail is sending me this. I have not, obviously, while I'm here and doing my thing on the radio, don't have a chance to take a look at what's going on with the latest out of Ukraine. We will have, obviously, Fox News on the air in about 7 minutes and get an update. Ismail says, so Ukraine News reports thousands of dead Russian soldiers, and in the background are hundreds of body bags on the ground, but on the corner of the screen, there are people getting into the body bags.
Ah.
Wag the dog, bro. Wag the dog. Go watch the movie. Find it on Netflix. I'm sure or Hulu or whatever. Find the movie. And I've only seen it a couple of times, and the last time was a long, long time ago. But basically, you got the media, complicit media, and media technology machines working to create a narrative, and that's, boy, I tell you what, if this was maybe Crimea, maybe 2014. Maybe I'd put more into it, but everything that we have learned in the last couple of years, everything that we've been through in the last couple of years, I just don't know. I just don't know. My level of trust in institutions has changed drastically. There is a meme. I'll put it up on the screen. Thanks, Plain Boy, for sending this in, and exactly the right time. 25 years ago, we trusted the CIA. 10 years ago, we trusted the Catholic Church. 9 years ago, we trusted the mainstream media. 6 years ago, we trusted the FBI. 6 years ago, we trusted the DOJ. 3 years ago, we trusted the CDC and the WHO. 2 years ago, we trusted Wall Street. 2 years ago, we trusted local hospitals. 2 years ago, we trusted our elections. All have been exposed. Virtually every one of these institutions has been exposed one way or the other, and it is kind of spooky, isn't it, when you're thinking about where can I find the truth? It has been pointed out, and I hate to say it, on Twitter. As has been pointed out on Twitter, the same mainstream media that you have learned not to trust when it comes to virtually everything, politics, right side, left side, center. Same media that you think is hoodwinked, bamboozled, and gaslit us over the last couple of years with COVID-19, et cetera, are the same media now that are talking about what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. How much of the mainstream media news that is out there that maybe you're giving a break to, and you shouldn't be. You're going, well, come on, the network news. I mean, they got to cover. It's a war, Ukraine. Putin, bad. Russia, bad. How dare you? But are there other things at work there? And what are the untold conspiracies of all of this stuff? And it came to kind of a head for me last night. I was going through a little bit of Twitter, and there was a story in there about, what's the name of that billionaire that nobody likes?
Bezos.
No.
Jeff Bezos.
No, the other guy. It's the real
Bill
old guy.
Gates.
No, the guy looks like
Soros.
Soros, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was in my head and then it leapt out of my head. I looked at you. I said, "Real Joe,
I know all the rich people, Ray.
You better know this one." Calvo, Camacho, Soros, Lee, and
Soros has got his fingernails in this thing.
And he had tweeted, though, and I responded to it, which is amazing. I should have remembered a little bit faster about that. But he had tweeted about how a full-blown war would be good. That's the only way that we can resolve this mess in Ukraine with the Russians. There's a full-blown war. NATO's got to get in there. The EU has got to get in there. We got to send boys to fight. Oh, it's 2022. We got to send boys and girls to go out there and fight. And it just occurred to me. I'm sitting there. Ismail says, yes, Soros. And I'm sitting there going, wait a second. How much richer can this guy possibly get? And it is like that. Sorry, it feels like that scene in Star Wars where you get these guys, Rey and the dude and BB-8, and they're on this planet that is made up of all these people that manufacture all of these weapons and technology for war, and they sell to the Darth Vader guys, and they sell it to the Empire, and they sell it to the freedom fighters as well. The rebels are all using the same technology. Did anybody notice that you get into that airplane, the X-wing the X-wing flies just like the TIE fighter? So I'm wondering how much of the tail is wagging the dog on this. So I'm not trusting anybody here. This Ismail, I trust Ismail. If he hits me up with news, because I know he's good and he'll be able to get to it. The UN and NATO are corrupt. I know. I have a NATO service medal. James Rios online, Nancy Payosan Garcia, Robbie Cabreza, and so many more here. Thanks for spending time on the program. 9:57. I wish there was more by way of good news out there. And when I say good news, I mean, a report coming from the governor's office that said, we were listening to Ray's show this morning, and and you know what? It's crazy because we're starting to agree with him. No need for the mask mandates anymore. No need for any of that stuff. Here's the thing. What I really want to see is I want to see the executive order vaccination or testing mandate go away. It doesn't affect me. It does not impact me one way or the other. My nephew, who's vaccinated already, he doesn't have to worry about that, right? But you got guys like Brian, and so what I'd like to see when it comes out, I'd love to be able to say, who knows, it's probably going to be the last thing that they do, because that's got like her signature on it, right? That's like, hey, that was my deal, right? Was to browbeat all these people into submission by threatening them with their jobs and adverse action. But saying that, I would like to see it, but when I see it, and I won't be happy unless I get this, I'd like to see an apology. What will have changed? Some of the numbers and the metrics might have come down, but the truth of the matter is that by an executive order, employees of the executive branch of the government of Guam, and that's a lot of people, were forced into a situation where they had to make a decision. And I'm sure that many of them already comfortable with it, maybe already had been vaccinated. And there was a whole bunch of others that said, okay, whatever. I got to eat, so I'll go ahead and get vaccinated. And then there were people that said, no, I'll go ahead and take the testing. And then there were people that left, that packed their families up and just left. And I wonder what we will say to them when this is all over. Hey, come back. Come back for your job. You know what? It's a teacher. She's a teacher. What do we need lots of every single school year? A teacher. But here's the problem. She might have already found another gig, pays better in a town that's got a much lower cost of living. Ponder, ponder, ponder. Hey, I got to break away. Stand by now. Fox News Live's playing right here on The Point.
HD3.
Americans should not be worried. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Russian President Vladimir Putin ordering Russian nuclear forces on high alert over what he says are threats from the U.S. and NATO for his actions in Ukraine. But White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the U.S. and NATO have no desire for conflict with Russia.
We think provocative rhetoric like this regarding nuclear weapons is dangerous, adds to the risk of miscalculation, should be avoided, and will not indulge in it.
And Psaki says when the U.S. and Russia have had disagreements, both countries did agree that the use of nuclear weapons would have devastating consequences. Republican members of Congress say more sanctions against Russia may be needed and more weapons may need to be sent to Ukraine.
Texas Republican Congressman Michael McCall is the ranking member on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He warns things are going to get worse in Ukraine.
I'm worried about what's getting ready to happen. I think the hammer's going to come down. I think Putin was not going to lose this thing.
He says more weapons need to be sent, like Stinger missiles to shoot planes down, as well as javelins. But when it comes to Ukraine's request for a no-fly zone,
a no-fly zone would involve our Air Force and Navy fighter jets in the sky, potentially shooting down Russian aircraft. That would trigger a world war.
Adding that harsher, more specific sanctions on Russian energy exports are likely needed. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The White House says 40% of COVID tests ordered through its program have gone to Americans in distressed areas, as up from a figure of 20% officials had given to the Associated Press. The governors of California, Oregon, and Washington have announced that school children will no longer be required to wear masks starting March 12th. The new guidance makes face coverings a recommendation rather than a requirement at schools and most indoor places, regardless of vaccination status. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special bonus episode where we answer the questions that are on your mind. Make sure to spend your Tuesdays and Thursdays with Trey. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts. Hope to see you.
America's listening to Fox News.
More governors are taking action to punish Russia over its invasion of Ukraine.
There's an executive order by New York Governor Kathy Hochul to review all investments and purchases from Russia.
And ensuring that anything related to companies headquartered in Russia or Russian state-sponsored entities, that they will cease immediately.
In Texas, Governor Greg Abbott is calling on retailers to remove all Russian products. And in Colorado, Governor Jared Polis, among even more governors, now severing economic and diplomatic ties with Russia.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. Governors of Utah, Ohio, and New Hampshire have pulled Russian-made vodka from store shelves. Just as the federal government changed its recommendations for masking, public concern over the spread of COVID appears to be easing.
Far fewer Americans express concern for contracting coronavirus now than just in January, according to a new poll from the Associated Press. The findings say just 1/4 of Americans are very worried they'll catch COVID, compared to a third who expressed the same last month, though the same poll still shows half the nation feels masking in public is needed, but that's down from about 3/4 from the middle of 2020. The CDC just last week announced